Right. I'm going to start off as we usually start off. Welcome everyone for joining us here on the Auntie Jean's African Culture Market. This is Sunday, the 11th of July. And also welcome to those on the Facebook, and also welcome to those listening on Black Culture Radio, which you're listening on the Auntie Jean Zone and Black Culture Radio, which is all the W's, blackcultureradio.com. And I must say apologies to all the listeners who complained to me that they wasn't able to hear Black Culture, not the Auntie Jean Zone, but the Garvey Village on Friday, the Unlock the Chains and Keep Well. They was unable, because of those an emergency, wasn't able to connect to Black Culture Radio. But you will be able to catch up with the repeat that will either be put on both on Black Culture Radio website or Black Culture Radio's YouTube channel. So you'll be able to catch up next week's, last Friday's episode, which was episode 67. If you're looking via the actual episode time. So apologies again, but it was beyond anybody's control, that was. So I'm going to start off as I usually start off. I'm going to get my water, and I give thanks to the Ludamari, the creator of all things, creatures great and small. I give thanks for the earth that's provided for us to stand upon, the air that we breathe, the sunshine that gives us life, and the water that gives us life. I also give thanks to our Ori, which is our head, that helps us gives us the intuition to know what is right from wrong. I also call upon our good ancestors that got taken away from the shores of our homes and dotted all the way around the world. The atrocities and everything that they witnessed and went through, experienced, is totally beyond me. I give thanks for their tenacity to carry on. I give thanks for their strength and their willpower to survive and to keep on going through no matter what. Seeing loved ones being taken away, lives being taken, seeing loved ones and people they don't know as well, taking their own lives because they didn't want to carry on going through any more of what they went through, any more of what they've experienced. And they was thinking that the other side of life will be better than carrying on. But I give thanks to those ancestors that did carry on. And I say the good ancestors, because not all of our ancestors were good. So we only call upon the good ancestors, because if it wasn't for the fact that their survival, the fact that they had that willingness to survive, that willingness to carry on, a lot of us wouldn't be here today. So for our good ancestors, I say thank you and ashe. I also say give thanks to our leaders, our warriors, our heroes, our sheroes, that help to kick down those doors, open those pathways. Let us know that we can rise up, we can stand up, we can fight back. We don't have to be subservient. We don't have to take everything that's actually given to us. We can say no. And as I said, we can fight back. My favorite is the Right Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, but I know that there are many, many, many other leaders, heroes, sheroes, and warriors, too numerous for me to sit here and mention, but they all played a part in helping to open those pathways for us. And as I said, if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't probably be in a position where we are. We haven't made it yet, so we still got to keep up that mantle. We still got to call on those spirits of those warriors to keep on striving, to make us keep on moving forward. So for those leaders, heroes, and sheroes, I say thank you and ashe. I also say I give thanks to my lineage. I give thanks to your lineage. I give thanks to all the ancestors whose heads and shoulders who we stand upon, those ancestors that's there with us from the time that we're born right through to the time that we pass on to the ancestors. So I give thanks for my lineage and the fact that they're there with us always. Even when we feel that we're alone, rest assured we're not alone. They are there with us no matter what. And they're there for also for us to call upon them when in times of need, when we need our help, their help, we need guidance. We can call upon our ancestors. We just need to make sure when we call upon our ancestors for help and guidance, that we ask that their answers be as clear as water, and make our mind be open to receive those messages, because they're going to come in many different ways and many different forms. So we have to be open. When you see a white feather from middle of nowhere, and you say, well, where's that come from? When you hear a line from when you turn the television on from somebody that says something, you see something unusual. That's the messages and signs that your ancestors will be giving out, so that you can notice, to let them know that, to let you know that they've actually heard you. So let our minds be open when we do ask, and not only just have our ancestors to ask, but also give thanks to their ancestors for the fact that they brought you through to where you are today. So for our good ancestors that's there with us and whose heads and shoulders who we all stand upon, I say thank you. Jay. I also give thanks. I also take this opportunity to give thanks to my grandmother, Stephan Bailey, for whom I know is with me all the way. I've never met my grandmother, but I know that she is there with me. So Stephan Bailey, I say thank you and Ashay. And I also give thanks to my grandfather, Hubert Stair, who, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't know my family. So Hubert Stair, I say thank you and Ashay. And I also give thanks to my mother, Iona Pinnock, and my stepfather, Ivan Pinnock, for if they weren't the people who they were, I wouldn't be the person who I am. So for Iona and Ivan, I say thank you and Ashay. And I'd like to open up the floor. So if anybody would like to give thanks to anybody in their life, loved ones, family, friends, even warriors from the past, or somebody who's recently passed, if you'd like to give thanks to, then the floor is now yours. You can just open up your mics and give your thanks. Don't have to, by the way, but it's nice if you do. Well, I'd like to give thanks to our screen warrior, I should say, Menelik Shabazz, who not too long ago passed away, but he's left a legacy for us to witness, and for the youths coming up to see what's happened in our past. And one of the most poignant things that he actually recorded and put on film was Blood Ogre Run, which was the showing and the, let's just say, the documenting of the 14 Dead and Nothing Said with New Crossfire that happened 40 years ago on the 18th of January, 1981. So Menelik Shabazz, I say thanks, I give thanks, and I say Ashay. Okay, and with that now, I am going to open up the floor because I see our brother, he's here with us. We have our brother, our first presentation is in South Africa, and our brother is Sizwe. So Brother Sizwe, please. Welcome to Auntie G's African Culture Market. Please let everybody know who you are, what you do, and what you're going to be telling us. What's your presentation? I know it's all about business, but let us know from you. So, Brother Sizwe, the screen is now yours. You'd like to unmute? Brother Sizwe? Can you hear me? Brother Sizwe? Oh, he's dropped out. Okay. Galactic Clyde, are you there? We'll have to wait until he can get his link back in.
Of course I'm here, Auntie Jean. How are you today?
I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. I was taking my time, that's why I came home late, because all the stuff that you sent me, I was trying to download it. So
I hope it wasn't too overwhelming.
It's a whole heap. I only hope that it's come out all right. So I won't know until afterwards. So I've still got some more to download, but I thought I'd just open up and get on with it. So
That's
have
all.
you? Oh, brother Sizwe, you're back. So would you like to give a quick introduction to what you're going to be speaking about after brother Sizwe?
Oh, you're talking, oh, yes.
Yes.
Today I want to speak about the timeline of where we are today in terms of what we call the Mayan/Olmec calendar or astrology system. Today we have entered a new castle actually on the day, today. So we'll be talking about the castle, the green castle of enchantment.
Oh,
and
wow.
So stay tuned for later. Let's see what's enchanting coming up for the next 52 days.
Well, looking forward to that. Give thanks.
Along with the new moon cycle. Yes. Okay, great.
Okay, wonderful. Brother Sizwe, greetings and welcome.
Welcome, greetings. I'm so sorry we just got lost of power. I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. I will try to switch off my camera as we go along if it gives me problems. Because we just lost power. Just our small 4 or 5 streets have lost power. They're just rotating the power on a Sunday. It's only on a Sunday. During the week, we're always good.
Okay,
And,
so they rotate the power on Sundays. So
they
how does
rotate
that?
the power on Sunday. Otherwise, during the week,
how does that work? Is it so everybody gets a couple of hours window break or what?
No, it's just in the winter whereby certain in a block the first block will have electricity on Sunday. This time they will rotate. Then Monday everyone will go full power. I'm sure that's how they restore their maintenance and all that. But I never thought it'd come to my side because it came to my side last week. So I never thought it was gonna come back this week. So it hit me hard. But I do have some mechanisms I put in place for me to continue the business of the day.
Wonderful. Do you need to screen share? I wasn't sure if you need.
No need for me to screen share. No need.
Okay, if you'd like to introduce yourself, let people know who you are, what you do.
My name is Sizwe Makoba, all the way from South Africa, in a small little town called Forsterus, in the midst of Johannesburg. And I was born and bred there, and I studied to one of our local universities in chemistry to a master's degree. And then I moved on into the world of knowing why am I here? What caused me to be here and not to see the future? And why I'm always relying on someone else's system? And that was the question that was in my head since I was small. Why am I here? What causes me to be where I am? And I could not give thanks to anything because everything was very difficult for me. As a young man, I watched certain, in the apartheid regime, I lived in it, where segregation took place. Certain races would have cars and beautiful houses, and we were staying in the slums. So my question was, why am I here? And the answer to that was business. So I want to unpack the role of business. I won't be too long. I won't be more than a long time, but the reason why I want to talk about business and the phonetics of business in Africa, I want people to understand where they are and the dynamics of the situations, what caused them to be where they are. And unfortunately, our lifestyles contribute to where we're going. So fast forward track to my studies from in chemistry. After I studied and continuing towards the PhD, I started applying for jobs. But I asked myself a simple question: who owns those companies that I'm putting my faith to? Who runs the system that I put my faith to? And I started going to my local, I had to look for a party that I could maybe associate myself to, what speaks to my values. Obviously, it was the African National Congress, which is called the ANC. And I went all over looking at their manifestos, their rallies, their systems. And I saw a bunch of Black people flunking around on wealth that doesn't exist, driving very nice Rolls Royce, nice cars, systems. And I said to myself, hang on, this is not why I'm here. Although I'll vote for them because they liberated us, their liberation movement before they became into governments. And I said, is this the Nelson Mandela that you wanted? Let me retract and see what lifestyle do I do. So as I seen each and every single African state and its failure, I then understood that the African continent, it does not fail because of its people and its degeneracy. What caused all of this was one thing: the role of knowing how to contain your own resources and understanding how to move them. So when you look at students doing their masters in chemistry, physics, mathematics, actuarial, marketing, they don't know how to apply what the book has been given to them. And there's a reason for that. It's not meant for them. They're not solving African problems. They are not solving the African system. So I wanted to give thanks to each and every single African woman, but African women are very special. They play a very robust role on saying, I stick here and I stand here. Give thanks to that. Ashe. And the reason why I'm saying this is because they know what they want. They don't hinder, they don't lie. They say, I want this, they go there. So now men are always diplomatic for them to save themselves in going forward. So I said, I'm not gonna go to the work industry. Of course, there are mechanisms in life for you to live on a daily basis. And I chose a system which works in a global union around all 155 countries. It was an American company that I worked with just to check the role of business, right? The industry of network marketing. That's why I started before moving to traditional concurrently. And I learned something that you get to learn how to speak to people and you get to learn different cultures if you go to different people's homes. And I said to myself, hang on. Now, I'm a chemist, but what am I doing with this chemistry? Surely there's African problems that are deep rooted. And I started looking at mining industry because we got diamonds, we got gold, silver, chromium, manganese. They're ours, they're in this continent. So I started to look at the dump site, the recyclability of them. Why? Why do I need to go and drill again at the bottom where for 100 years the Wazungus came and did whatever they did and they did so well. And they've got so much of things packed in London, packed in America, all our resources. So I said to myself, there is a term called circular economy, where we look at the recyclability of life and using the debris that have been left behind to create something. Just like people taking old glassware and convert it to beautiful furniture. Can't we do that in minerals? Of course we can in science. So I started now embarking on a journey of analyzing mine debris and from waste dumps. Of course you make money out of that. But then I asked myself a simple question. What is the mandate of business in Africa? Now I realized the mandate of business in Africa, it is not to serve the people, it's to serve self-interests. And that was my problem. And that's why I was a very, very distorted child till today as an adult. It only clicked not long ago that I need to be able to serve people for them to serve themselves. Otherwise, what is the root cause of Africanism? Then I looked at the 2021, 1st of January, where Africa put in a trade and said, we can trade. And Africa can trade out the diaspora inside, free trade for Africa. So I said to myself, hang on, how could I have a free trade for Africa whereby the very same border gates and the very same transportation system is not African owned? The DHL can move from Uganda to South Africa. And based on a project, I said, I don't want to buy anything from Europe. I started work with Uganda on shea butter. And I said to the people, I want your shea butter. How much can you sell it for? And whatever they were charging me for, I look at the market on a 1 kilo. The 50 kilos is worth the 1 kilo. Why? It's indigenous women who opened their own corporation where they got their own plant, where they take all their mothers who got shea butter plants and bring them there to come and milk it out. From there on, they make it A grade and they will sell to other unions. So we said to ourselves, let it come here. And it was a big problem for it to come here for the first day. The first thing was the red tape, which I had to go through. However, at the same time, within business in Africa, I realized when it's arrived, what do I do? And I realized that we need to have something called off-takes. So if I import something from Europe, something from Africa, anywhere in the world, I need to have people already in the market about to come and buy it. Now, realizing that when you talk to other people about it in your own sphere, your own political party, people start to put the brown envelope behind you. And then I saw, no, why must I pay for me to apply for a grant fund that has allowed me to go do business like any other country in the world? You go to France, you go to England. If a young man's got a business idea, he goes to the relevant structures of government for them to fund him for business, for them to go forward. So what I realized in Africa, you go there, but the person says, what is my percentage for this? On a system that's been put there, said, young men and women, come, do business, do your ideas, start being the inventors of life. But we are also holding ourselves backwards. And I said to myself, no ways. So being in business in Africa was a tremendous, difficult program. Why? The roads from border to border are well done. However, who controls the fee of the border gate? Who controls the transportation system of your goods? No black company's got a transition system moving from South Africa to Uganda. No one, which are about 8.5 days to get there. But only your DHL Express and all these other foreign companies have got the way to go. So once we open up free trade, we're re-engineering colonization our own selves. So I said to myself, this is not how to do business. Let me find a black company that can move from Uganda to South Africa, which took me 25 days, and I found one. And I wanted to test the waters. And from there on, it's when I saw that there is individuals yearning to connect. So business in Africa is very difficult with the same resources we have. The reason is we are not engineered to do the jobs that we studied for. So we study all these big sciences and PhDs that are not linking to our problems. So my lifetime story began with a debacle. Why must I do a project that we don't even have a plant in Africa for? 95% of chemists in Africa, they will do hydroformylation in inorganic chemistry, iron, whatever. But nobody's got that plant here. You only find it in Europe. Why are we doing that research? Again, we go into business in totality of academics, the South African journal. No one publishes in the South African journal. Only a few people publish there. Nobody publishes there. One time I wrote a paper in my own native language. They said they can't accept it. Sorry, only need the English version. But when professors are publishing, they only publish in European journals, American Chem Society, JACS, Nature. Those are the papers we used to look up to, not knowing that I published this work that I've done, this discovery. However, a young boy sitting in Africa trying to find a solution from what you have put down as a basis foundation, when he reads the work, he gets to understand that he can't even access the journal because he has to pay $49 for it. So do you see we're putting our own kids into jeopardy in the same business model that's not designed for us? So whenever we invent something, we are too quick to go and publish in big papers around the world. But the very same child next door your home can't even access the paper because why? He's not linked to any university, but he's got an idea, but he can't even publish. No, he can't even go get the publication that could give him a way forward where he's stuck. He has to pay $49. That's a lot of money for a single journal. And we even pay $550 or $1,000 just to enter papers like American Chem Society. Just for them to be accepted, we still pay. And then our people still need to pay to access the journals. Our libraries in universities, when you sit down, 95% of the librarians, when you go through the library system to go and get your publications, 95% of all Europe and American journals are open access. They pay a heavy fee to those journals for us to access the journals. It's a very difficult thing. So if I leave my campus at university, I'm doomed. I can't get those papers anymore. So now we look at the means and ways of invention in Africa is that we kill ourselves within our own ideas. So we're not brave enough to take on business and allow it to work within us and to travel within us. If there's something in Barbados that is healing people, Can I call someone in Barbados and say, let it come here in my country in South Africa? Could I distribute it for you as an off-taker? Could I find more of the market for you to go globally? Can we do that? No, we can't. The reason is you try to do that, there's all these red tapes. We support the red tapes. We ourselves start not to believe in ourselves. And that is the problem I have in the entire Africanism. Outside and inside Africa, that's my problem. We look up to a nation that can't even grow trees, to pine trees and stuff like that, in bananas and everything naturally. And Africa's got a season of 365 days a year. Africa can trade around itself. Why? If it's winter in South Africa, certain things grow in winter that don't grow in Uganda. We have them. Certain things grow in another country, their winter, we need them. Import and export. But we don't do that. We actually just wait for outsiders. So when I open a business, I said to look at business in totality. How could I assist another person? So as now I'm working with indigenous ladies in Africa, I'm now using my African skills and chemistry to actually make more products for African women and men for them to use for their skins. If you look at Ugandans, Sudanese, their skin is so beautiful. Why? The natural shea butter, where the single shea butter roll can give you 5 different components for you to
I see that he's frozen in South Africa. So I know he was saying that there was having problems. There was the power cuts. Let's hope it's only momentarily, and that you'll be able to continue with his presentation. But as you can see, he's very vast with his information, and what he has started, as in from what he was saying, as why am I here? And there's a lot of questions, like a lot of us ask, why am I here? And what can we do? And as I said, he's seen around him what he can actually do, what is lacking, what is missing, and what was actually lacking is us doing business with ourselves. And that's what we've got to do here right now. So I don't know if anybody's got any questions of what you heard so far. For him to come back, you can please unmute or raise your hand from what you heard. If you liked what you was hearing. Are you back?
Back. I think I just
Wonderful.
need to put my camera. It'll give me more trouble as I go on. But
Okay.
hope you guys can hear me. So from my side, when I started moving right into business, I faced up with a lot of red tapes, too many red tapes. And I said to myself, that means the laws that were designed in Africa, the constitutions of Africa, were not meant for Africans. Why am I going through this kleptocratic system that doesn't make sense for me to trade with my brother and sister? Why can't I trade from Barbados to South Africa? Why can't I trade from Uganda, South Africa, Nigeria? Why can't I do that? Why must I follow the laws that don't even are sitting at the AU? And that was my problem. Even now, when I had to go and import, I was told of so many duty taxes. However, the AU constitution has removed some of those taxes, but I still need to follow them because I'll be using a foreign international company to transport my stuff within 2 working days. That was one of my problems. So I said to myself, no, 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 no. I will still continue with their system, but the more we thrive, there are better chances for us to start changing them. But I don't want to come and buy off in Africa from someone else. We must do it properly. And the connection of the dots must be unified, must be uniform, because we've got a lot of African organizations, whether NGOs, businesses, that are making millions of dollars in Africa, out of Africa, but they're not joined together. And it's time right now that our businesses must join together. If somebody in England knows exactly how to use the dread master, how to grow the dreadlocks, and there's so many people in South Africa who want to grow their dreadlocks, what product are you using? What is your product? Where did you get it from? Can you bring it here? Can the people buy? Can you expand yourself while in England right here? I think that is the crux of what I'm here for, is to explain that our failures in Africa, the way people look at us as a developing stock, it's ourselves, whereby now we no longer abolishing the European laws, we're using them even in our trade, because we never understood trade. Now we're beginning to understand trade. Can we please find a way for us to talk to each other? So if someone in Barbados got long dreadlocks, can that person tell me what are they using? What formula, what indigenous plant are they using? Can they tell me how to import the product? How much will it cost? What are the import duties according to the African spec that's written by the AU at the moment and the African diaspora? What is it to make ourselves much more easier? That, ladies and gentlemen, tonight was my 2 cents of sharing about business in totality. That can we find a way, as I'm working now with so many states, even now I'm working with a couple of Zimbabweans where they've registered in their DMR, the Direct Mining Association, where we're working with bringing more gold. And then there's youngsters who are making jewelries. They want to convert other jewelries. So they do have gold and they make nice jewelries. But now they want to trade legally. They can't get the right certificates because they're not big firms. So we are now fighting for these kids to be able to trade amongst themselves. Just 1 hour away from the border, get the gold, bring it in, and refine it. Someone else wants diamonds, and then they put in the new diamond jewelry store. Can we have that instead of us going to American Swiss and buying those stuff? Can we have that? This is what we're fighting for in business, and we're working with it. We're not just talking, we are already trading, but we are facing difficulties, but we will still continue to thrive.
Amazing.
Thank you so much.
Amazing. Has anybody got any questions for Sizwe? Should have some questions after that. That is amazing. So you said that the as you said, the children or the youngsters have they're starting their own businesses, but it's basically to share it, get it out from where the country into other countries, amongst
Yes.
other, you know, Africans in different parts of the world. So you said that it's hard for them. I mean, what's their barrier? What's the barrier?
The barrier is the constitution of trade. It's not favorable for the feasibilities of Africans. You have to have a lot of money for you to get one license. Let's say you got my brother Clive, and he's sitting in Nigeria, or he's sitting in Sudan, or in Uganda, and he wants my bracelet. For me to export it to him, I need to have a license, which I will get, but it's a heavy fee. When it gets to him, he must pay a lot of import duties that don't make sense. However, I sent a product to the UK and the import duties were 45% less than sending it to my neighboring country. That is a secret not told.
Wow.
So we are still fighting such things internally, externally, and we won't go to our government and say to the old people, hey, this is what is wrong, you must do this. No, Rome will not build in one day. But when they see progress, that I can tell you, they will eventually change and their scope into our work. But we have to start. Either way, we must start. We can't allow ourselves as young people to depend on systems that are now outdated. We need to trade. We need to trade because youngsters have got lovely clothing. If you look at the clothing done by, I saw another lady in the UK at the African culture market that you showed, Auntie. I think 2 months ago, 3 months ago, that amount of piece that was done. I said to myself, wow, how can one bring it this side? How can one start to trade it and people sell and against each other? Because people want to wear traditional clothes in their weddings,
That's
but
right.
different types bring different flavor. And now the problem is import and export. To take it to England, not a problem. To buy from an English company or an American company to here, not a problem. To buy from me to you, big problem. And I never saw that up until I started paying heavy import duties. Then I traded one book from Europe and I bought it. It came in 4 working days inside of South Africa, in my home. But this doesn't make sense. Why when we send something that side, it takes a long time? Why when I send it to another African state, it doesn't even arrive there? They tell me about legalizations and all this stuff. I said, wait a minute. This conception of trade must be abolished for time. We can't just everything. We are still learning. We're still young, and we're learning to learn every single day. We're not gonna be that perfect at the moment, but I'm sure the foundation for the next generation will industrialize Africa in a circular economy where we no longer go to drill. We can recycle some of the waste into better products, and we're getting there. We've got young black engineers who are inventors. The man who made the cellular tower phone was a black man because they could not get phones to people. So when people were calling them in America, they could not get to, the phone insurances could not get to the people that work. So then they started to put phones on the cars. They said, not everyone has a car. How to get to people? And he said, that's not a problem. I'll make you guys a cellular tower phone. With the cell phone today that we have, something like this. A black man made this. He made a cellular tower phone. Don't look at the IP where it comes from. That's our investors that get greedy and take all the money and start doing whatever they want. Don't look at that. Look where the origin comes from. So could you connect with him for him to teach other Africans how to make cell phones and fix them and then start trading amongst each other? That's the plan for where I'm going. That let us trade amongst each other in business. I am in business. I work a lot in business, but we do face challenges. And we just have to, one step at a time, go through them. But the African continent is still living on foreign trading laws, not African laws, because they don't exist at the moment.
Exactly.
But we'll get there. We'll get there.
It just goes to show how everything is so strategically put in place to keep us as a black man down. So, you know, they've made sure that it's hard, it's very difficult to come out from the quagmire of, you know, being repressed, because if it's, as you said, if you can't trade amongst yourselves, and even to sell something, you have to have a license. And then for somebody to receive it, they've got to go through a whole heap of stuff before they can receive it.
Yes.
And yet it doesn't work anywhere else. It doesn't, doesn't happen anywhere else.
Just Africa.
Just Africa. Is there anything that we can do for that? Is there anything that we can do? I know you say it's a slow process, a quiet process. I mean, even if it's like, if you need something to be going to, say, as you said, for example, to Barbados, if you have a link to send it to this country and then we can send it on, I mean, could that be a start?
That could be a big start to distribute some of the products that we have. That could be a big start. I'm not putting it as if, no, they don't check the stuff. You don't have to pay import duties. But the way they were so in place, when you import from foreign developed countries, they're so in place, they're inclusive in their prices. You just get your product arriving. Now, when it's your turn to do the same thing, that is where the problem begins. All these big taxes and these big licenses, it's good to have those licenses for them to secure you. However, who designed the system and how much will you pay? That is my problem. And we say young people must be in business all over England, South Africa, America, Barbados. We say young people, young people. But when they start, nobody says, young man, here is $25, 25 pounds to go get your license open, to go get yourself registered, to go to the bank to get a tax clearance. You become resourceful. That's fine. You open up everything. But then you get stuck at the point whereby things must be executed. And that is where you're going to find a lot of problems. Financing. And they say they do have government programs that will give you money to invest in your business. You go there, they will release the fund. However, the very same person in that office will require 25% of your profits or give him half of the money in there. That is where, again, we're going a step backwards in Africa. Ourselves. That's now where it's killing it. Instead of proving that we can do it, we then take out. Then the young man just goes out, takes his PhD, go to a normal European company or travel to Dubai, gets a job, gets a house, and forgets about that idea. And that is the sadness of what takes place. That is the sadness of what takes place. Because what's so painful is that if you look at France invested, I think, $49 billion on their youngsters in the last 25 years. $49 billion. on their youngsters. So those companies are now trading. Those kids can't pay them back. They can't pay for $9 billion. It's a lot of companies. But they've made sure that what they've invested will come back 100-fold as their kids' companies grow. They look after them. They do everything for them until they can stand. If you look at the story of Microsoft, Bill Gates, his mother used to work at IBM. So as a young man, when they're having coffee, he was sitting next to his mother, listening to all these things. Surely when he started to do his software, it was easier for him to tap in different funds for him to start working. And that is where when we start, you still have to look after your parents at the back, look after yourself, live, everything. But what other nations go through, they don't care about what's going on in the background. They care about looking forward. There's funds already a channel for them, which is good. It's their system. Now, we as Africans try to do that. We do put a little money into people's businesses. But now, who gets the funding? Some people get entities, and then at the same time, they dissolve them in 16 months. So they open up a company today with big proposals, big networks, and they just eat the money and buy houses and drive Maseratis. And then they'll tell that they are in business. Until I can see an African company that produces things from scratch into packaging going forward is what we're doing now, then I would say you're in business. Not open up a company and get a product from Europe and bring it here and set your own people and say you're in business. That's not right. Yes, for now we're living like that. For me, no. Can we get it right where we do it right here? No need for big technologies to separate products and repackage them and send them forward. Then we're in business. Then we're talking. So a lot of people are losing that. Because why? When I joined network marketing, and I was in a American company called Jeunesse, powerful company, and I started to work with them, selling, making money. I asked myself, my goodness, where do they get these products so natural to travel around each and every single country and they make money and I get paid? But when I started learning business, I said, can I use that system amongst my brothers that I meet on the internet? What are you doing? I'm doing this. Can we talk? That's how now I've got an NCDA, a non-closure, an NDA, non-closure agreement with a Ugandan company owned by a black woman who's an indigenous farmers. And they've got a big plant that she owns. And now we are bringing in things, and now we're starting to talk business. And already there are people asking questions. Who will buy it? That's called off-takers. Already, big giants said, can you give it raw? I said, no. I'll give you my product, and you can use it and put it in your own shelves. Now they are saying, wait a minute, just give us the raw product, and then just take the profits, and you make a lot of money. I'm not producing. I'm just a middle black man bringing from one point to another. We need to produce, unfortunately. So the skill of selling from network marketing put me into the traditional business, and that helped me to pipeline a lot of deals into mining. And now with mining, we said you don't need to mine anymore. There's so many mine dumps that you can recycle these mines, but you need someone with a chemistry degree. I have it. I've got friends that I just start doing geology. Hey man, listen here, are you still in those labs at campus? Yeah, check this sample out for me. And then, hey man, are you still doing your PhD? Sure, check the sample for me. I'll give you a good payment. Just ask me how much does your dean charges for me to go do the stuff. They put a fee, and then I charge, and then we go and we check. Already, these kids are learning industrial experience by giving me good reports. Now we can start working. Do we get funders? Do we get investors? Are we going to change this thing to go forward? Now we're starting to talk something sensible in our minds, but it's sitting uneasy on other people's minds. So we don't want to even share it to the entire world what we're doing, but we want to work on Africa. One of my friends owns a recyclable company where he recycles all these plastics. Today, he sells them for bigger firms across Africa. Because why? We noticed that other countries don't have normal buckets. It's a struggle. They get them from Kenya into Uganda and other countries. So we know how to make that. We're now negotiating. How can you give Uganda buckets for a less price? And when can we set up a plant in Uganda and find someone who's trustworthy for him to have a business alliance with them so that they can start making this recyclable buckets and packaging? That's how we're going to work. Unfortunately, it's how we're going to work with circular economy. That's how we're going to work. So these are the type of things we are working on right now in Africa. So I looked at Jamaica. Beautiful art that has been done in Jamaica. And I looked at everything. And I said, now who runs the Jamaican Art Gallery Festival? That is international. who runs the authenticity of the pictures done in Jamaica, the licensing? Who would license all these things come from head to toe, and who determines the prices? Like that was also, I look at artists around my area. Why don't you talk to guys outside the country who are very talented? Why can't you mix up with them and find a market and open up your own online gallery, and then start to travel to their countries and up and down and sell and barter? He never thought of that. He thought it's him to sell, and Wazungus will come and buy because with a lot of money and he's happy. That's not how wealth creation works for Africans. We've been taught to have things and to keep them away. You know that. When Auntie buys food, we don't eat it at a go. We put away for the next time, The very same thing of consumption must be done in our business of skills, into the trade, around the entire population. So give thanks, and these are one of the experiences that I'm facing, challenges that I love to solve, but it's gonna get there. It's gonna get there. I'm optimistic because already we're started.
Well, that's good. You've got the determination to keep on going, and that's what we need. You know, we don't need people to give up. Clive, I think you had a couple of questions. Do you wanted to ask? Clive? Yes, you. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, sorry, is that myself? Yeah.
Yes, you.
Oh, good evening, family. Good evening.
Good evening, Clive.
Yeah, you've got me at I don't even know how to describe it, but you'll forgive me. Today is my wedding anniversary.
Oh,
okay?
Congratulations.
First and foremost, so I've already got myself in trouble for not actually remembering it totally. But yeah, sorry for my lateness. The occasion is such that it's somewhat overwhelming, but I've only been able to take on board a few of what had been said. And from what I've gathered so far, it's been a situation which is very much institutionalized, and it's been ongoing for centuries. And so I must commend yourself for having stumbled upon this situation and brought it to the fore. My question was, are the African Union not aware of our plight insofar as the predicament that we find ourselves in that our natural resources is not being utilized for the benefit of the motherland? Yeah, so I'm wondering as to what support you're getting from government more so, because we're at the grassroots to a certain extent, and we're very, what do you say, powerless to a certain extent to effect the change which is necessary to get a proper outcome.
Unfortunately, at the moment, we don't have any sort of support from the government. What I was relying on was the system of network marketing, making a product, selling and making a profit and injecting into the business. And that's how I was going till those four, up until we signed the propositions between Uganda and South Africa. It's only now, when it's getting hype, that a lot of these officials want to be part of this deal. And that's very dangerous, because they're there just to transport. You can go to L'Oreal, you can go here, L'Oreal South Africa, all those big foreign international companies that make good products where our chemists are working. Now I must go sell to them. I said, no. We are making the product ourselves. We're importing from the lady. We are making it ourselves. And the primary route is in our own state 7. We want the young Black men and women inside the townships, inside the small area, the villages, to actually work and walk home instead of driving all the way to the city, like 40 minutes to the city, just to get employment. Let them take a bicycle and come here and earn a big living with their PhDs and publish at a South African journal. And then that journal can make money and share the IP around us. That's what we're working on. So at the moment, it's quite difficult, but there's a light at the end of the tunnel. So when the lights start to pick up, that's when your government comes in, unfortunately, any African state. And then there's now a lot of guys with money from the taxpayers' money and say, listen, I want 45% shares, I'll help you to go along. But they're not looking at the production. So where we are, you said we are a bit powerless. That's true. We are a little bit powerless, but we will get there. At the end of the day, we will get there. And it won't take a long time because we have already started to trade. That's what the good part of it. We have started. So they've tasted their money that they've made from bringing in. We're now about to taste the money of changing the scope of producing these products for ourselves. And it takes time. Unfortunately, it takes time. And we should, I think 3 to 4 years, we should be an entity between us and Uganda and Nigeria, up and down, with no problems. Still using the European trading system and licenses and everything that's very hostile. And up until the AU can look at what do they mean by saying free trade in Africa, but they forgot the mechanism, what makes free trade. And they forgot what makes the free trade to take place is the unions are not working properly, meaning their own constitution, the AU, is not good. How could you say free trade, but you still need to apply a license approved by international board that's not African? That's our biggest problem. I know our countries all have their own laws, but sometimes they become too difficult to comprehend if the AU is not part of it. But they just put some, and I won't blame them. I will never ever blame them. It's just that we as youngsters need to educate them also. This is what's changing. This is what's going forward. I think that is the premier basis that we have today. But we'll get there. We'll get there.
Oh, okay. I'd like to say further, is there a proposal then that we form cooperatives? Because if, what do you say, a bright mind was to surface and upset what would be their apple cart, then you'd then likely be eliminated. So is the burden of responsibility that therefore for us to form cooperatives so that the power then goes back to the populace, i.e. the youngsters whose future is very much in their hands?
We don't have one yet, but I think we have to open one. That's why I'm on the gravy train.
Okay.
So the African culture market, that's what we hear, is to link and steadily look at what can happen before we get wiped out by this trade that we're doing. We can't be living fearlessly on this motherland. I don't do this, no, we can't be wiped out anymore. Now we're able to talk like this. Let's form stronger unions for us to be protected. That's my take.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have Josephine, you have a question? Thank you, Clive. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Very good to hear from Brother Sizwe, being a qualified chemist. And as he will know, someone with his skill set is greatly in demand in the West. There is a shortage of chemists globally. So big up to you for sticking to getting a thorough training in chemistry, and also that in itself generate an analytical mindset and I can hear that quite clearly from what you have said in this meeting today. It enables you to think broadly about the wider scope of the issues that we face as Africans. I notice in African cultural market and the Garvey village, we have many wonderful meetings. Frequently, we are talking about spirituality, health, Black history, politics. It's quite rarely, and all of that is very good for mental and spiritual health and moving ourselves forward, but it is very rarely we talk about business and making money. And, it would be very valuable to invite some business leaders into this group to talk about engaging in manufacturing and wealth generation. I'm aware that African Cultural Market and Garvey Village, really they want to have a building, and from a building, you can sow seed. You more easily bring people together. But we cannot afford to continue to overlook the importance of manufacturing and wealth generation. And for decades, the elders have been running the show from a Pan-Africanist viewpoint. And the youth, they are not joining these organizations. And the reason is they don't want to be poor. They want to have wealth. They want to have quality of life. So it's quite very important that, as well as discussing spirituality, health, Black history, politics, we invite the business people in. We talk about the Chamber of Commerce. We talk about how we as Africans in the UK, how we can do business and transact business with our brothers and sisters in the motherland. This is an enormous, it's like a jigsaw puzzle. This piece of the jigsaw puzzle is not being explored. So great work, Brother Sizwe. You've applied your analytical brain and seen that. And let's see how we can, as a people in the UK, where there is enormous wealth, there is over 3 million Africans in this country. And amongst us, we can afford to come together and invest in the motherland. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Auntie Josephine. Thank you so much. You know, that point that you just said, it's critical. For me, it's critical. What Brother Clive said, you just heighten it up, because what Brother Clive said is that, do we have a system that can protect you or protect the young minds across, even in England? You've got bright young African men who want to penetrate the market that could destabilize their iPhones of the future, and that could cause them to be wiped out into our motherland. And bringing spirituality of Africa is the fundamental basis of this business, because you would know that we don't allow any enemy within, will never be defeated. But when you sit down to our spirituality and you understand who we are and where we come from, and still use indigenous businesses as a platform to go forward, not even having those missionaries at the moment, that can also help us. What do I mean by that? You would take a simple, I like the Barbados, the African traditional guys, when they make from alu, you know, the alu, and they make these lovely alu drinks that are not that bitter. Do you know that a lot of companies these days are using this similar recipes that you find that side with honey and the Barbados honey, as well as aloe vera? So many companies now are using it, but they were all packaged, and we're forgetting that our grannies, even here in Africa, use alu to do this, to do that, to do this, and they have extraction techniques of using them. As time goes on, there's other techniques to make it not to be bitter, but to sound much more nicer. So the same spirituality that was passed on generation to generation, using our own medication, which is herbal medication. The very same system applies also in the business trade, because in Africa, men used to work in a collective. If they come to Brother Clive's house, they will all go and sow the seeds, and then they take 25%, not all of them, but they take 25% of his entire share crop and share to themselves for them to eat. The next season they go to my house, they do the same thing. That's how Africa traded. And the very same trade will assist us in governing our own. So the spirituality brings everything together. Politics to African politics that inclusifies with business, as you said, as Auntie Josephine. So the three go hand in hand together. So what makes them to rotate on a freely basis is business. So spirituality, application of our teachings from our ancestors into the application of sharing the knowledge. Right? I don't have this, you've got this. How can I do with this thing? That's where now business comes in and works around all of us. So it's a journey, but it has all been there. If you look at the world of Mansa Musa, he controlled the whole of Nigeria, Benin, Mali, Timbuktu, and he built Timbuktu, and he did it right. A man was worth $400 trillion using just gold coins, and he controlled the entire world population. Never been beaten before. That is the person that I aspire to become one day, to help Africa trade amongst itself and make sure that it is able to produce manufacturing for itself.
It's wonderful. That is wonderful. And that'll be a great day when that happens. That'll be absolutely a great day. Is there anything that you can do? Is is it something that needs to be highlighted, maybe in the press, about the situation with the business? Why? Because I know a lot of people probably are complaining to say, well, Black people don't do anything, we don't aspire to nothing. Look, there's no evidence of achieving anything. But all of this is hidden. All that ceiling is, everything is hidden. So for the outside world, it looks like people are not achieving anything or doing anything or have no ambition to do anything, but they don't see the fact that, there's so much blockages there. It's like over here, they say there's not a lot of Black businesses, but when you realize that the people are renting from, their shops from the other people, they can get, priced out. They put the prices up and up and up until they can't afford to stay there. And the businesses goes by the wayside.
Let us open the African cultural market to the business sector to a far greater extent than has been done so far. Very important. Thus, we educate ourselves as to the need of business, and we can then fit in with those structures in terms of being investors, looking for return on our investment, building up the African cultural market and Garvey village, so that we have, it's like an octopus, we have many tentacles are doing different things, not only focusing on the spirituality, the health, the Black history, the politics. Business and manufacturing in particular is so important because the raw materials are going out of Africa. If we can invest in small businesses doing manufacturing locally, invest in the equipment that's necessary there to make that product, then we can sell it within the motherland, move it in within the motherland creatively. But if we are not, you've got to be in it to win it, if I can put it so crudely. And if we are simply on the fringes, looking in, saying, oh, it's not working for us, we have to set up the structure in the UK so we can help our family in the motherland. Thank you.
But we have to try and get those laws what's in place changed to make it easier for the procession of, business and trading amongst ourselves. I mean, that's there deliberately. Is there any way of reaching out to the leaders or the policymakers or the people who actually put all this in place, or continuing to keep it in place? Is there any way that you can start the ball rolling and cutting that tie?
The best way to go through was to have I think I like what Brother Clive said, to open up something that protects the integrity of the IPs of these youngsters. Myself also good in business, but at the same time, I challenge the AU not to degrade their work, but to actually say to them, gentlemen, we've got this, but how about this option? Will it work in junction with your free trade? And are there African transportation businesses that exist from DRC to South Africa, from South Africa to Barbados? Do we have that? If the answer is no, then that is where the highlighting of raising the funds for 4 or 5 agents that Africans need to be part of. We need to find the state, unfortunately, around the West that Africans can learn how to do an aeroplane from scratch. We do have them, but from scratch, I can move from one continent to another, Black owned, and then from there transporting goods. Yes, we only 4 or 5, but we don't overload it, because one goods company moving from one place to another, as they make money, other companies follow suit. So you've opened up how many doors for that? Doors for engineers, doors for different types of trades and skills, as well as a skill for chemistry and production. That is what we're looking at.
Right. Has anybody got any questions?
So from my side, that is what I'm looking at.
Any So what is it that we could do? What could we start? What help?
All right. What help? It's simple. The help that we start is, yes, it's investment. Very important, it's investment. And the second one is to the accountability, as Brother Clive said, a co-opt system that to put the investment into accountability and making sure that both countries that are trading, or the both indigenous people who are starting their trade, are protected well. And the governance around that NDA can work in assistance. Even if our countries will put in from both entities a cent or two. However, this system that we're working with can be highlighted that if we're trading here, can it come also to the African market in England? And then that takes place, can it go to Barbados? Can Barbados bring us their product that we can also start selling in our area, so that we change that way? So that is one thing that we look at, the investment policy around that, and the protection also of young individuals.
So how would you go about with the protection?
With the protection, it's quite enormous, it's quite big, but the protection is within investments. Does the first one is the off-takers. No investor would put in money into an idea if there's no off-takers. Off-takers are people who say, okay, there's a market here, let's start somewhere. They want to buy your product. Is it good? Yes. Is it tested? Yes. Let's take it to them, but they didn't buy in bulk. Then they would invest. So the first things first, can we find a market also in England with off-takers? Can we find people in England who would be willing to receive these products, willing to have them and pay for them? That's the first system. Can you guys also in your place become our first off-takers that we can sell to and accept the product? If it's wrong, not good, tell us where to improve. Assist us up until we get it better. Because we are already in this market. Many products were on the shelves in the 1970s, 1960s, in all over the West. They were not good. That we had to recall or repair, but people still continue the business and improving it. Can we not be slaughtered for bringing a wrong product? I'm not saying we will bring one. We'll bring a good product, but as time goes on, if there's a slight mistake, can people tell us and not to be afraid? So it's a journey. So within this journey, can we please have off-takers inside our motherland and also outside our motherland, which is England, within the gravy train, the marketing that we can do for to spread the word and be on your stations now and then and put up the product and start working. These are type of the proposals I'll ask. And I also want to have some of the products be Barbados. I also want some of the indigenous people within Barbados who are African, who've got their own products. Can they come to the motherland also? I've never seen anything written from Jamaica here in this motherland. Can we have that too, as we working hand in hand?
Yeah, I was going to say, where can we start? You know, you said you've got some businesses that start with like shea butter and other products. I mean, is there a way of we can start trading or buying or investing in those, or we can start with probably by buying shea butter products or the shea butter or the raw materials? Is there a way of that we can actually do that?
Yes, there is a way we can do that. Yes, there is a way. The first way is have the shea butter yourselves as a raw material, because you need to just use it. It's so nice. That's why just to use it. And within our organization, it depends on how much it costs, how much you take it to England, how much the money is. And then from there we start. Can you start that way? A little investment, 25 kilograms, 25 kgs. Can it get to the people that's like, can they all share it?
Yeah.
Those who've invested in it, can they all use it? Because 1 kilo of shea butter, it's run about, with the calculator here, it's run about 2,000 rands, which run about $250, 220 pounds in my country, about 190 pounds for pure A-grade shea butter Ugandan. It's very expensive, very, very expensive. So if you get 25 kilos and they share it and they use it, and some of the products we make, and they like them, could we also have an exchange between, even if we give the raw material to some of our brothers and sisters and they want to do something with it for the dreadlocks and they've got a way of extracting it for themselves. Can they also bring the product here while we give them certain products? If they make hair products, we make skin products. But let it be a two-way system. Let it be a two-way system. Not I make the skincare, I make the hair product. That's not African. Can they make the hair product? Can we make the skin product? Or vice versa?
Yeah, yeah.
That's my. I do know how to extract a lot of stuff. I do work with them, but there's something I learned. Too much of everything not good.
Yeah.
I know we have to diversify our companies, but if there's a certain system that protects us, you make hair, you make this, and we go along, and there's investment coming in for us to start on a higher scale, not the small scale we have where we buy 10 kilos, we wait, we extract, we make only 25 bottles, we sell, we're out of everything. Our marketing is wrong, our planning is wrong, and our money dries up, and we start from scratch and we will get some more money. It's too difficult. As Baraclair said, it's too hard sometimes to continue because we don't have powers to continue. So lowering down the too difficult of powers is sharing beneficiations. That's the only way for us to go forward. So yes, we can get the share button. Yes, we can have the raw materials invested in one of our companies. Yes, we can go through. However, at the same time, could we also share with young black chemists in that side who love their dreadlocks, who love the hair products that contain shea butter? Can they give it to us? Can I give them the skincare? That's the main objective. I know how to do the skincare products. We do have a couple of them here. But can we have this? Can we have this? Even if it's hair product to hair product, can it be one for afros, one for dreadlocks? Can there be a mutual beneficiation? This is what I want, having this raw material. Because it doesn't need a big machineries. Once you got it, you can do anything blending. Just a normal blender, and it will work. And then the science behind it, you can calculate. Then from there, it must be approved by your country, and let's start sharing. That's for me. Let's start sharing. That's the spirituality in business of Africa.
Okay. As I said, it's a good way to start. And what other raw materials or products is that you're party to that you know? So
the other raw products that we're using now is we're looking at mine waste dumps, where we actually go to where the companies that used to take all the gold and the manganese and the chromium, they left it there and the community kids are paying and they suffer from cancer. So instead of cleaning them, we're finding better ways of reusing them for better usages. But there at the moment, we're still at the ground state. And the ground state is we're still analyzing the products. That's where the chemistry comes in. That's where the fee, me making money, and my organization making money. Understanding how much of content we have. Is it feasible for us to sell the mine dump? Is it feasible for us to actually have deeper pockets and start working on the refinery of these mine dumps and actually clearing them out in 15 years by making products out of them from the waste? That is where we are at the moment. Already there's money being pumped in from clients who are heavy mine dumps, who are young African men that have invested in certain mine dumps that are paying our company to do this. But that company, the reason why I opened it, it was because I wanted a company to diversify, have these young kids that I now have, some of them was working for me, bring them in with honors degrees in chemistry, teach them how to analyze, make the money, at the same time, bring the raw materials, synthesize better products for outside. So you got two ways that we're working with. We bring in raw material from our brothers and sisters in motherland, and we refine them, exchanging up and down. At the same time, we are also refining products that have been lost long time, and we can see what can we do. Some other companies want raw chromium for their memory devices. We give it to them. As raw as it is, we give it to them. But we never went down to go dig. We just cleaned up the mine dump and we made money out of it. The main thing is to allow kids to barter. There's a lot of ways, from recycling to raw material manufacturing, those who build up better diversified companies and better exchange between them in place. We still want to see an industry that's written in Africa or made in Barbados, sitting right in the sun, as much as they bring their companies and get some land and start building. We still want to see that also. So that is the last part that we want to see.
That's very interesting. That's very interesting
So
about the mine.
Now the mining is very interesting because we're no longer going down. We just go to the dump and we see can recover the mineral.
So when you see
yes or
when
no,
you say
but that yes or no is still a process where I bring youngsters.
Okay, sorry, I was saying, so when you say a mine dump, is it a disused mine you're talking about? A mine that's no longer operating?
Yes.
It is.
Yes.
And from that mine,
yeah.
And from that mine, there's different minerals. There's still minerals in there. There's still what is it that you extract from the mine dump?
Okay. All right. From the mine dump that I'm working on chromium. Chromium is a very good product for your USBs and your phones that you use for memory devices. So today, what we noticed is that the first step is when you understand business, it's where it starts, the foundation. The foundation is we need someone who's got a chemistry background who can analyze the samples. That's me. But my take is, okay, I analyze the samples. I will give them a report that, guys, you can mine or you can't mine. That's the first thing. You can continue to recycle the stuff or not. But to give them that answer, it's still a business because they pay me to go analyze the stuff. Now we need young African men who are educated to come much more into these dumps and start working with us and then them making a living out of it, right? That investment needs to grow something else. If the gentlemen have got their own companies and they say, yes, we'll go and recycle, that's their pay. We just give them a report that they can continue with their business, that they can buy or they can sell or they can refine. That we're not part of, right? Other African men. But at the same time, we are giving them a story they can continue with business. But the story needs a lot of science. And the science is coming from young black men sitting at home, not working, not doing anything. So you bring them, rope them in, come and learn how to analyze. You know how to analyze, use instruments. Although it's secondhand, we get the best results. Send it to the guys. The money diversification allows us to now bring in the importation of your shea butters, your raw materials, for us to do blending synthesis, which is very easy. Doesn't need a big thing. And then start using these products into our markets if they are approved by our government standards, and then we can send them that side. That's good. Can they also get the raw material? Can they make something else also that side that they are very good in? Look at Jamaica. Every single Jamaican's got a long dreadlocks. How are they growing it? What hair food are they using? Where does it come from? Let us talk. That is what we are here for. Let us talk.
Okay.
Very important. It's fundamentals. Someone might look at it and say, oh no, it's a small. Hey, if it's homemade and it's been distributed, it works around. And then we can have less of crime in our countries. As now we need some investments from you guys to bring in some of the money from you guys. Yes, we'll make sure to get the product out there. But at the same time, some of the profits from the investments that we're paying back, we need to find them to where are they going? Are they going back to the pocket of the individual, or are they going to young African men who are from Barbados, who know what to do with this raw material we've given them, and they know how to use for their hair food? Combination of that exchange is very vital for us. It's very, very vital. And to keep the IPs open, that yes, we will keep this one, you guys will keep that one, but no one's allowed to cross someone's barriers. We're just keeping business serving. We know that one company can do everything, but that exchange creates better doors for us. And we can put companies inside of the European countries in our own name, in our black faces, and they will also use them for their own hair as time goes on. They will come and buy them. It's important. Because look at your dreadlocks, Auntie Jenny. What products are you using? What product are you using? It's very important.
I make my own.
Exactly. And then that mechanism of making your own and growing them. How many people are suffering from the hair not growing anymore? Such technology does not need to be fancy. But now bring it to me, the product, and I'm going to buy it. Watch the difficulty of it coming to my home. Watch the difficulty. You make your own, fine, do your own. Bring it to us. What's the difficulty of that? That is where we are talking about it. And if you can just barricade that and start working, we'll be fine.
I hear you. I hear you. We have to make that link. We have to make that link.
It's very important.
And also see the progress and of everything, our link and what you're doing, the progress also with the mine dumps. Do they have to pay for the mine dumps, or is it they just abandoned?
They're abandoned, but they have to go via government systems. And the people who get the licensing to liquidate them, sell them, are some of the guys in big positions in politics. And they want their buck. So a European company will come sometimes and say, listen, I want this amount of chromium. Does it dump have? They check. We then they come to my company. Can you analyze? Yes. Get some youngsters. Let's work together, teach them, make a little money. And then from there, they go and sell it. Selling it is when then these international companies come and then they make money out of it. But even now, people don't see that they must invest in mine dumps, but they must get qualified people. And we do have a lot of PhDs who are Black in all sectors, more than
it seems like Sizwe is frozen again. Let's hope so he can come back soon. But I was thinking that us as a collective could possibly invest. I was going to ask the question about, you know, the mine dumps, if we can find a mine dump, how much it is to actually purchase a mine dump, if we as a collective can put together, you know, to purchase a mine dump. I don't know if anybody's got any thoughts on that. Any thoughts on that?
Brilliant idea.
Okay. Anybody else? Because I mean, I know we invest in a lot of things and we don't really know of, but I mean, we got here somebody who's on the ground who can actually look to see a mine dump. He's a scientist, so he know whether or not it's worth investing in that. And you know, and what can come off of it. Sizwe, you're back? You're muted.
Yeah, I'm back. I think that my power
Okay.
is gone and I'm running out of battery life, and I'm looking at the time and I'm left with 30 minutes.
Sorry.
So, but yeah, but that's the wrap up of the African business and the story that you're working with. Because I do work a lot in Africa. There are guys who do sell ready-made products from Europe and Cash King Cow and all these things. But at the same time, we're not doing our own, and we're stepping on top of food away, and we still fit it outside. So that's why I'm saying you are making the product, which is your own hair. Do you know how many people want to have big dreadlocks here in South Africa around? So even in Jamaica, some people can't grow their dreadlocks and they want to have dreadlocks. You might laugh at what we're doing, but you look at your Pantene, right? You know Pantene, they use across Europe, Head and Shoulders, shower to shower gels. Those are big companies that support big rallies for big presidents. Then from their profit, they diversify into higher stakes. They start going to energy and stuff like that. When they've made too much money, they start controlling. But now, if we don't think that way for ourselves in our spirituality, I don't think that the Africa that we want to serve will actually be there. So we are trying to avoid that by saying, bring the hair products. Even if someone else, we both share butter, we both know how to do hair products, but my hair product is only for Africa. Your hair product can do this. Can you make a universal one and share the IP between us and distribute it across Africa? And have stations where people can use the stuff. It's very important. It's very, very important.
Yeah. We've got Dawn, do you have a question?
Yes. Hi, Shazway. Fantastic
much, Dawn.
presentation. What I wanted to ask you, perhaps you've got the answer. How would we have traded before we were colonized? Because I've been seriously looking at how we used to trade traditionally before.
Okay. All right. Trading
So maybe you could
traditionally
answer
before.
that question for me.
That's the one of the favorite I always get asked. And the way we should trade before was not amongst the same tribe. So if you're in one tribe, of course we got the same food, the same everything. It was not a problem. Our trade was via sweat equity. So a group of men will go and work at Uncle Clive's place. And then once he starts harvesting, we get 25% of.
Oh, I think his power's gone completely this time. I can't really see him. But we've no doubt we'll be asking Sizwe to come back and complete or do another presentation, and or also to start you know, some business links. So I don't know if anybody else has got anything else to say on what you've just heard, or the idea I wasn't able to put to him, which I suppose I can put to. Yeah, go ahead, Clyde.
Is Sizwe still on?
Sorry?
Is he still on? Is Sizwe still on?
No, I think he's
dropped out.
Yeah, he's dropped out. He did say that he had some
battery. Yeah,
battery
it's
problem.
one of these things. It's interesting because the other day I saw Kwesi with on the solar power battery pack where you can just take around, and I thought about that for Zimbabwe.
He's coming back in, so you'll be able to ask him.
These are needed, the solar power pack, because sometimes when the electric goes, you got your solar power battery charger. And so I was talking to Kwesi about getting some of those for Africa. And these are the things we got to look into. Like he's saying, we got to see how we can have exchange amongst our different African countries, and different things that can work. I remember last year when I was it's 2019, sorry, when I was in Zimbabwe, in Bulawayo, when we were parked up, there was a guy tried to jumpstart his car and he couldn't get it started. And he had a big truck trying to jumpstart I think it was a bus he was jumpstart. And right away I had a battery pack I brought from the UK, and I had the charger. I never used it, but I brought it brand new in case we get stuck over there. Anyway, I take it out and I go around him and say, "What's the problem?" He said, "Can't start." And you know, right away when I take out the little device, he looked at it as if, no, this wouldn't work. Well, he didn't say nothing, you know. And then we put it on and boom, right away the car start, man. He was like, wow, you know. And he was like, you know, where can I get one of those? And then he tell me he was an ex-policeman. And, you know, we was really having a great time, just, you know, able to really see the technology. And then this is the thing that brother is talking about, the exchange, you know, it's knowing what are the best things we could invest within ourselves, or with ourselves, with our brothers and sisters. I'm looking at some investment coming in Zimbabwe, but you got to come to South Africa. So I need to have a talk with him eventually. And Auntie Jean, I think you know some of these things that I'm looking to bring from Zimbabwe to the UK, but you got to come to South Africa via container or however. So things like that I'm looking into. But it's so important that we start connecting with Africa at the continent in connection to in investment back and forth, not just a one-way investment, but two-way. What can we send to Africa? What Africans can send here that we can, you know, utilize and make some funds on at the same time doing the right thing by our brothers and sisters.
And that is exactly what he was suggesting. So yeah, as I said, the seed has been planted, and so ideas can start coming in for that.
Yeah,
and we've got the connection now.
Yeah, I definitely like to talk to him in connection to the mind, because that's one of the areas of investment I'm looking into in connection to Africa. And because he have that background with mining, it'd be good to have that solid talk, I would say. So Sizwe, Looking forward to have a chat with me and you, Galactic Clyde, and see how we can build upon your knowledge and work together in terms of your skill and background and advice that we can give. Because most time when I look in, there's always a mining course or mining classes seminar in South Africa, but they're so pricey. Just to appear a mining seminar in South Africa, very pricey. The average South African or different people on the continent wouldn't afford to, go into those conference. But then it's good to know that we have a brother like Sizwe have that background in terms of mining.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah. Are you hearing me, Sizwe?
No, it seems like he's seems to have dropped again. He seems to have dropped again.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't have my camera on. This is Galactic. Yeah, sorry. I'm still there on it.
All right. That's him trying to get in. Let's see if he can actually get in. I mean, is he in? Yes, he's back. He's back. So I think you'll be able to ask your question now. Sizwe?
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, excellent. Excellent.
I'm actually in the car, so I've got some power from the car.
In the chat, please, Brother Sizwe. Put your contact details in the chat, please, Brother Sizwe.
All right, no problem. I shall do that. So to answer the question of the previous questionnaire is that we used to trade on sweat equity within the tribe, but from different tribes, which is different regions where one never had something. That is when we started to trade using, you give me some cattle, I'll give you some crops, because some of the places never had crops. Some other places had bigger kettles. And that's how the bartering system worked across Africa. And that's how the bartering worked for a very long time. It's still exercised till today in certain places that I've got the disorganized economies. For instance, a guy in Somalia, what's called this, Ivory Coast, they want just a Mercedes-Benz or a big bucky for them to go from A to B. They'll give you their diamonds. Do you know that?
No.
No.
Yeah. I've been one of my brothers involved in a trade like that, whereby one guy was looking for a car. So they gave them the Mercedes-Benz, they gave them about a lot of diamonds. Sierra Leone, yes, from Sierra Leone. They came them here, they legalized them, they sold them for a huge amount of money. So Africa still works that way. Some people in Mozambique are saying, I don't have my oil tankers working. Can I get the pressurizers? They can't get them from Europe. Maybe you have them. They'll give you some of their gold just for you to give them the pressurizer systems. But they don't know the value of the gold. That's the problem.
Right. And the thing is, as I said, if you're given a bag of diamonds, I mean, basically they're giving away more than what they're getting.
Exactly.
Because they don't know the value.
Question to you, Sizwe. I know in Zimbabwe you can't mine diamond because only the government could mine diamond. Is there the same thing in South Africa?
Yes, but no. You have to be a huge money person for you to mine individually. Okay. Then the government, only now, that's a fair question. Only now they're coming with this Zimbabwean law that only the government can mine diamonds. Only now they're coming with it, but I don't see them even applying it, because 95 of the companies that were mining diamonds are the ones supplying the same political parties' rallies and salaries of other people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And your certification in the mining industry, is that STEM across Africa, or is just limited to South Africa?
It's limited to South Africa because I only work on comprehensive reports for what people come to our company and say, can you analyze this thing for us? And we give them a report that's conclusive within our standards, within our rates for us to go forward. We are built the license of international license for us to work with other states in Africa. Because the main thing is, I want to see a child in Mali with a PhD in chemistry analyzing samples there. That's it. And then they can now start to talk and advise government. No, don't sell this mine to this company. They're just gonna use it for their own gains. Let them refine the stuff here, make the jewelry here. That is why that's my line of thinking of helping other African countries with that. Because I started to do it. I said, I've got this chemistry knowledge. What am I doing? But I can't just start big, but I need to start small. And I started invoicing a couple of small companies in between. Now it's bigger companies I'm invoicing. Now I'm saying, it can't be me alone. Let us share this knowledge around Africa and let's use it strategically. There's a point in time we make a lot of profits, then we can start mining ourselves. And then no more minerals coming out. For now, our governments love international companies, unfortunately. They love them. I don't blame them because they can take care of their pockets. They can take care of their systems, their rallies, their constitutions, their chantings about how Africa should be, and then tomorrow morning go back to their ways of oppressing their own that they wanted to liberate from. It's how it is. Yeah.
Sizwe, let me ask you a question then, because we want to hit the ground running here in connection to investment and the things you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
Give us an example. See if the group here, the group that we are speaking to, with the antigen market and those people who are part of the Garvey village, and even those in radio land. Say we decide, okay, we got the brother here who understand the chemistry, who understand mining. Let's go into mining business. What kind of capital, a startup capital, we would need for a size, say roughly 50 people or of us in terms of business? What kind of capital would we need in terms of a startup?
All right. The first startup we need will be a due diligence startup. That's one about 500,000 rands, right? A proper due diligence startup. And then that's 500,000 run about 45,000 pounds. And then from there on, you need another about 1 million pound, 850,000 pounds to start, get the machinery there, get started and start working, start refining, and start taking the minerals out. That's what's needed. That's the amount of money. And it takes 9 years. 9 years before you even mine to get the place in check. 9 years. So
the first fund you say 45,000 pounds, yes?
Yes, that's for the due diligence. The due diligence.
Yes.
That to make sure everything is sorted from the ground, science, geology, engineering, lawyers, everything is empowered with the law. That's what it costs. That's the cheapest code that we have done before. As other people are just ridiculous. I don't know why, but they're just ridiculous.
And then equipment, you said?
Equipment can go between, to lease and to have, can go between, I think it's 12 million to 15 million. That can be run about 950 to 1 million pounds. Just to, 950 to, about 950.
Let's say 1 million then.
1 million pounds.
1 million. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So 1,045,000.
Yep.
Okay. And we're not gonna look at the return until after, you say 8 to 10 years?
It depends on what the company is gonna put spec to. So if their spec is saying we're mining for 25 years, from the due diligence, we'll know how many years we'll have. That's it. It will tell us how many years we have within the mining space. But now I'm going to ask another question to the investor. What do you want to do with mining? Like the final product on hindsight. We have done the due diligence, we've done the job, we've digged. What are you going to do with those minerals?
Okay, this is a question to me or a question to us, yes?
Yeah,
yes.
To
well,
investors,
we want,
yes.
Well, if we're going to get into mining, it's based on the investment. It's whether we're going to be refining or sell it on. I think is both. Okay. Refining as well as selling on as a way of accumulating some returns.
Mm-hmm. And on top of that, getting those returns, do you have secure markets that when you start barking, the product to be on their shelf and they will pay in time for you guys to have to make 4 times more the money that you have invested in the sale of whatever you're refining or producing to something else? Would you have the markets for that? So that's the type of research that goes in that kills a lot of businesses. We first have to find the market, then go back and start working.
Okay. Okay. As I was saying earlier, I'm going to answer your question because I know when they have these mining conferences, I always look at them in South Africa. They're so pricey that the average people on the continent wouldn't be able to go to those conferences because they're pricey out of that.
That's true. That's true. That's true. That's to keep a black man off the knowledge power.
Yeah. Wow.
I know. I heard. I know why you're saying that. I'm giving you a quote that I've done and I've never made money out of. I paid every single thing from the cent to help someone else, and they got their papers right to unlock certain funds, and they're doing well now. But I'm new in mining. I'm very good in synthesis. In mining, I became new because I saw my skill is valuable. I started learning other business aspects, and then I have 2 or 3 projects to get started. But now, when you look at other codes, they're just too expensive. A due diligence code, some people charge 250,000 pounds just for due diligence code. That is not good for Africans, because you're saying to Africans, don't even start, don't even bother, you don't even have a cent. Sit down and wait for Europe to come and start digging and work for us. Then when we leave, be a smart black man and go save your money. I'm avoiding that mentality from Africans.
Okay. Yeah, so that's the due diligence code. You're saying you're 45,000. They're charging the exorbitant amount.
They go to the one that's 45,000 pounds. It's much more cheaper. the one that they do 90% of the time, it's close to £1 million, no, R1 million or 2. So that's around about 250,000 pounds. Somewhere there. They go there. They go somewhere there. That's what these boys are now charging. That's a lot of money.
Yeah. Okay. The question that you posed to me, I think it have to be relevant in that is a question that posed to everybody that party to such agreement. It's like we would need to look into, if we're going to go down that road as a group, whether 10, 20, 30, 50, 100 people, we would need to look at how we're going to go about it. What's our long-term goal, short-term goal, what the returns would be, and how we can benefit the different African communities by doing, because each aspects of mining does put food on the table for a lot of different households.
That's true. I could not even not agree. That is absolutely true.
So it's something we'll have to come back to as in terms of doing a rounds in terms of interest amongst our people here in the UK and around the Western world that are down with us in that sense of investment.
Yeah.
Because
I'm with it. I'm open to it, and I am saying that if I still need to use my company funds to do the head start of the due diligence with the identification of the place, with investments, and how we go about the percentage, that will take its own course. But if the little funds I can also invest within mining to identify not mine downs, but fresh mines, to do the right job, then I don't mind. I really don't mind working with you guys if we put on hindsight dialogue and we say, okay, fine, I've done this. This is what the government wants. I've done this, and this is what the government needs for us to go to the second stage. We need certain amount of funds to go through this channel with receipts and transparency. Yes, why not? And from there, let the guys come back in there. Let us start now to dig. And don't forget, once you're an investor and you work on a mine, you can't be in England. You need to come down to the motherland and live in the motherland. Because if you're just a share investor and you're a chairman, the money will be lost from the operators. You need to sit there and have strategic meetings once every single 2 months. Because we have lost a lot of money.
You're so right. You're so right. I was told that actually because I know some other people are looking into mining from here, and I was told that you got to be on ground. You got to see what comes up out of ground.
Yes. But I will welcome you nicely. If you're interested there, I've got quite stronger connections there for you to continue. And in terms of natural products, which is my hobby and my specialty, which I love, products, facial hair, just to do from scratch. That's also what I love. But in terms of mining, it's more of a long-term investment. That's why I do this share barter business and exchange. The reason for this is that we are able to pipeline projects while we are making money. It's useless to pipeline something, but you can't eat. And you can't serve your own house and your own community. So let's have a front that people can also, let's have a system that people can also use, meaning the share barter story is working. We're now sharing it a little bit, but you're not that strong. But then as we want to become strong through investments and going much more wider, it's much more better like that, because as we go wider and wider and wider, we'll be able actually to have more jobs secured for our young African men and women. And they come with their own ideas, these youngsters, with masters and PhDs. They come with their own ideas on how to do business, and we just need to correct them, but they will make us a lot of money in terms of their own generation to take over these companies. Not me into my pocket, for the community's pocket. That will make a lot of money. But some of those investments, you can have a little bit of leverage from the profit to say, let's diversify into mining. That's when you can bring in some of these investors. Otherwise, we need to go state to state, which is very rude when you've got big players like Anglo-American that have signed a deal that whatever opens in South Africa, they need to first look at it first before we even start. That's painful. Yeah. Before I get a mine in South Africa, before I go in anywhere in South Africa and I find a gold mine, Anglo-America will approve that they will take over the project, or I can continue. That's what's so sad. That's what's so sad. That's what's so sad. So it's a long way to go as Africans, but even our leaders never understood the Constitution, what was given to them by the Wazungus. They never understood. Even business, they never understood internationally. They knew how to make money by having all these products. If you look at the lady from South Africa and the Arab tribe who made these beautiful baskets, she was selling them for £5, £10, but they were coming tourists to come buy for them, and they were sold in Hollywood for $400. Wow. Does she know her worth? Did someone teach her that? No. So some of these things are critical, that we educate our people. I don't say let's be greedy to investors, let's be greedy to buyers from outside, but let us charge reasonably so that whatever we invested to make the product, if it costs us £10 to make 25 liters of something, we can sell at a whopping £75 for the 25 liters, because the market is charging £200. We can be much more cheaper and become their wholesaler, and they can go refine other products that they want, but we also have to have those products in-house, that they don't come here, they don't come back here, not from our own kind. That's not going to serve our own kind. If they come back, let them come back from a co-op system that is within us. If you've got a Caribbean, Panama, all those countries, and they buy shea butter from us, when it's coming back, let it come back for the goodness of certain hairs that they need to do it for. But we still know how to do for speciality, not for Mwazungu bring it back here, because that's re-engineering colonization at its best.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
Just quickly, the quotes that you quoted, was that for a fresh mine, or was that for the mine dump?
Fresh mine. That's the cheapest quote you can get for a fresh mine.
Okay, so what for a mine dump?
Mine dumps, you're looking at for every single analysis, the due diligence is on about, let's say, £20,000. The whole analysis, from lab to landscapers, surveyors, to business, and to off-takers, meaning traveling country to country to get their off-takers in and say, listen, I've got this dump, it's got so much of this, who needs? That's about £20,000, all in, just the due diligence. And then after doing all of that due diligence, you can sell it and get your off-takers. Then you can sell it for around about $15 million. Just to sell it, that entire mine dump, about 2 hectares, 2 acres, 3 acres, 4 acres, you can sell it at mine dump for around about that amount of money, provided the minerals are correct and they sampled well, that this entire place consists of this amount and you can access so much amount. Are you in to buy this mine dump and clear it in 25 years? Investors with deep pockets will take it because they know what to do.
Okay.
Because the technology has changed. Yeah, technology has changed these days. Technology has changed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Question about that: are people more interested in the mine dump than buying than a fresh mine? And what are the advantage and disadvantage of the fresh mine versus a mine dump?
Okay, a mine dump, you are not digging at the ground. People just mine somewhere else and went to go throw somewhere else. The same debris from the same company. So it's not many companies, just one company for X amount of years has went to go throw away some of their stuff. But what they threw away, because of technology has changed, they never knew that they threw away around about 40% of their product. It's in the dump.
Okay.
So that term is called circular economy. Now, when you move to a fresh mine, that's a normal land, there are two ways you have to go about it. You need to first dig. That's the first thing. When you're done mining, you have to find your own mine dump, your own land to go dump it. When you're done mining, you need to close that land again. And that's around about, 12 to 20 million. That's around about £1 million just to close it. And then use it for repatriation of agriculture. So the community that you employed for 40 years when you were mining, now you're shutting down the shafts. You need to also take care of them in agriculture. So some of them have got pension funds, some of them are old, they've got nice houses, but their kids no longer have jobs in mining town. Have you seen mining towns? Whenever the mines are done, the mining town goes dead also. So you need to find ways in your own trust fund to actually close on the mine and find a system that they continue living on. That's now the new law in African countries that are applying it, just in South Africa. You close, you form agricultural usage, food security, and let the people start to trade there and help them with skills and everything. So here, for the years about to close by, if you're close in the next 7 years, the other 10 years, the last 7 years of closure, you must have things in place in application for the other markets to start growing. And then you can close and then the people can take over the land and start using it.
Understand. Yeah, one more question on the mining side. What I noticed, because I've been to Zimbabwe, and I noticed that a lot of the processing of the minerals is done by foreigners. The equipment, I understand, are very expensive, so therefore you find that people that mine shallow gold or different aspects of mining, they take it to foreigners such as Chinese because they have the equipment. The equipments how should I, the question is the type of equipment that is needed for mining, and can that be sourced around South Africa? Because I know in South Africa they make mining equipment, but do they have the equipment for sorting out the different types of minerals in South Africa itself? And what would those equipment go for in terms of funding?
Okay. I think I got distracted there maybe by signal. But when you look at, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I could hear you.
Okay, wonderful. When you look at mining now, when you say a lot of foreign people are doing the processing,
yes,
that is where we are fighting it, that we've got a lot of PhDs in mining who know how to process, but not on the industrial scale. They've been taught just on textbook and sit down and go teach. So a lot of us, before I get your question, the mechanism, a lot of Africans were well educated, will stay in the university and just teach, while the foreign students with normal degrees will come and start to processing down there in Africa and take it back the minerals. So in terms of the processing products, that's an avenue that was very difficult to even go into, because nobody wants to process inside South Africa. They process elsewhere. Some of them do process it inside South Africa, but it becomes very difficult for it to go out. So people mine and take the debris and take it to their countries via sea and start to process in their own countries via ship. So it's a lot of money being invested in mining South Africa. So some people do process here, some people process elsewhere.
Okay, thank you. Is that your last question, Clyde?
Yeah, thank you, Sizwe. Very good, very good.
Thank you.
We'll be in touch. I got your number anyway.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, Brother Sizwe, thank you so much for your presentation and enlightening us in everything that you're doing and want to achieve, and hopefully we'll be able to, continue that link and move forward. with
Surely.
everything. Yeah.
We just ask him what the name Sizwe means, Auntie Jean. I've heard the name before, but I don't know the meaning. What the name Sizwe means, please?
It means the nation. The nation.
Wow.
Nation. Wow.
Yeah.
Heavy. Heavy. Thank you.
So when my father put me up, he said, this boy must speak to many people around the world and bring Africa together. That's why he called me Sizwe.
Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a powerful name.
Thank you so much.
Hence why you're doing what you're doing, because you're helping the nation.
Come talk to Sizwe.
Sorry.
Hero of the nation.
Yes, Auntie Josephine.
All right, brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you, and for
so much.
persevering through the power cuts and the breaks and everything else and coming back. Thank you for your persistence as well.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Give thanks.
Thank you. Galactic Clyde, I'm just going to ask whether you don't mind taking one step back, because I can see that we've got our connection in Jamaica is there and they're all together. So I don't know how long they're going to actually be together for. So I don't know if you don't mind, it might give you some time to do something.
I don't mind. I'm always doing something. But I know Clive is on. I know Clive wanted to make an announcement. I don't know if he's still on.
All right, Clyde, do you want to make your announcement?
If that would be good.
You're muted.
Yeah, evening family. All I've got to say is quite briefly, and that's to remind yourselves of an event which is taking place on Sunday from 12 noon up until dawn. Dawn until the sundown. Okay. It's commemorating our good brothers Earth Strong. That's Douglas Williams. It's at the Chestnut Park in Tottenham N15. And what family needs to know is we intend on having libation between the hours of 1 and 2 o'clock. There's going to be performances, but we're solely relying on the authenticity of the drum. The drums to be played by individuals who care to come with their positive vibration so that we can reconnect with our spirituality and look as to how we can come together in unity, given the time that we are presently in. The family will be in attendance. In fact, it was Mom that had said that Sunday would be fine with her. She will attend after church. So the family will be there in representation, and hopefully yourselves will be there. So I'm obviously thanking those who have so far contributed to making this all possible, particularly Flying Squad working on the flyer. And yeah, we're looking very much for a very powerful day where the community come together again as one, because the work has already been done by our good brother, Douglas Williams. So it's just for us to turn out in love, peace, and in unity in order to see this phase through. And again, you know, our brother, he was all for unity, and the subject matter again today is about how we establish that link back with the motherland so that we are no longer exploited. So that is going to be part of the legacy. And again, obviously, I commend yourself, the African Cultural Market and the Garvey Village, because we've got a phenomenal role to play, both now and the future. And again, I must express my heartwarming, joy as being at the sports event yesterday.
Yeah, it was good.
I just like to express that also. Yeah, so just be spirited and to continue the good work. And I look forward to us reconnecting throughout the course of this week, because the work continues. Yeah, many are called, few are chosen. So let's consider ourselves as being the chosen few. So be strengthened, brothers and sisters. Yeah. And thanks for the opportunity.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And not only that, but Brother Dougie's got another, a good friend who will be coming on, our sister Desrie from the Chestnuts. She's in there in Jamaica. So she's coming on.
I was just going to say, I thought she was in Jamaica.
She is in Jamaica.
Okay, she's coming on.
Yeah, she's coming on right now.
Okay, okay. Well, she's
Along
not
with,
far then, is she?
yeah, no. And as for a point
Technology,
for
Clyde,
yesterday,
technology.
as a point from yesterday, brother Clive, just because you have long legs don't mean you can run fast. Because a little short man with short leg won the race.
Yeah, because if I have to run faster, that is the point. If you have short leg, you have to run faster. The only thing is, if one of the long leg, it take too long to stretch out. Yeah, there's lessons always learned. But I think what was phenomenal for myself yesterday was to see the connection from the young to the old.
Yeah.
That is what is missing from within our communities. Back in the days, we used to have coach trip. When the family went out, we went as a family. Yeah, it was a full family unit. But now we don't seem to have that. Even when Carnival started, it was a family unit until the youngsters, they have their special day. Yeah. And then the elders are, you understand? So in a way, they always separate us.
Yeah.
And we allow it to happen. Yeah. So we've got to stop the separation that the privileged few have all been able to exercise. And again, from what Brother Sizwe was saying, it is that privilege that is denying us the opportunity to harness the full potential of our produce. I mean, you buy something for £5 and then you selling it for $400.
Right.
That's robbery.
Criminal.
Yeah, it's rob. No, you can't say it's criminal because it's them met the law. Never just says thief, them thief.
It's true.
Yeah, always a pirate.
Yes,
you know?
true
Yeah,
thing.
but yeah, anyway, yeah, look forward to listening to my sister in Jamaica. Yeah, and yeah, just continue the good works. Yeah, and we'll continue to move in spirit because the spirit was very much evident yesterday. Temperature was just right. We wanted the sun, but we didn't want the rain.
That's true.
Neither.
It was beautiful.
Okay.
It was an absolutely beautiful day. And well done to Brother Minka, whose school, Afrika Bank, won the medals. He came out right in the end. So he was celebrating his victory before it was even announced. Everybody knew he won because he was walking around with his hands up in the air. Like, So yeah, so well done, Brother Minka. Well done to everybody who organised the African Culture Sports Day. It was brilliant, and looking forward to next year.
Yes, next year I'm gonna enter my grand picnic then.
Yeah, they're gonna have to do an extension where the children who's not part of any of the Saturday schools actually have their own race. They join in, so there'll have to be they'll have to add that to it.
Yeah, well, I think this phenomenal success was with the youngers. Yeah, I think that is where we must always focus. The younger ones who are totally innocent. Sometimes they don't even understand. Yeah? But they know they're in a race, and then you're shaping their future and their mindset. So as they progress, you can see that it instilled that competitiveness.
That's right.
Yeah, which again, we allow the system to fool with. I would say it's not about winning, it's about taking part. Yeah? And with all of that, you have a lot of interest vested that's all tied up inside of you, because naturally we're competitive. We compete.
Yeah.
That's how nature is.
That's true.
So when we allow them to take with these things from us, we can't be surprised when we end up in a slumber. You know, so yeah, continue to do the work still.
Okay.
I like the Zoom thing still, you know, not telling the truth. I like it. Yeah, but give thanks, it's a good platform for where it is.
Okay, give thanks. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, manners, respect.
All right, peace. Right, it gives me great pleasure to fly across the ocean to Jamaica now, from South Africa back over here to Jamaica. That's where I really want to be. But yes, I see I've got our three. You got Sister Desrie, you got Sister Vann, and you got Alkaline. Woo, woo, woo. Good to see you all three together. Oh, I didn't think it was possible, but we got you all three together. Wonderful. So, wow, I don't know who to introduce first, but Sister Desrie, Introduce yourself. We'll do it one by one and then you can
Greetings,
answer.
greetings,
Greetings, Hotep.
greetings, everybody. Peace and love from JA. I just want to thank all of you for your positive support by
Could you come in the
welcoming
camera a little
me
bit
on
more? We're
the
just seeing half your face. Could you come in the camera a little bit more? That's
Okay.
better.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, you're hearing me, yeah?
Yeah.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, we're hearing
Okay,
you. We're hearing
I said I
you.
want to thank everybody. Yeah, thank everybody for welcoming me to the committee, and thank you for all the well wishes, your blessings, peace, and I give thanks for all of those that wanted to invite me along to be a part of the organization and the great works that we hope to achieve in the future.
That's wonderful. What actually Desiree is actually talking about
Hi,
is
everybody.
that, hi, this is Van. Hi, Van. You may
Here in paradise, and we want you guys to be able to understand that it's important for you guys to come over, to try and get over here and get some grounding, some seawater, some the seawater is healing, yeah. And in these times, we really do need that healing. We need that healing. The other day we had the storm, and so Jamaica is blessed, because that hurricane never come nowhere. That hurricane just look on Jamaica and shake your head and go back its business. So we're blessed. We're blessed.
excellent. And right, Alkaline.
Blessed everybody.
Will you see the sun get you? You take off in your vest now.
Nice and sweet. This is a bond man.
Wow.
Yeah, but no, Jamaica's, I don't know if a lot of people know this, but conscious people of Jamaica is a part of the chakra. Jamaica is one of the chakra, the earth chakra. That's why when people come here, the energy, just increase. The spirituality just increase. You're more connected to the universe, you're more connected to nature, you're more connected. And because your energy, and it's an energy force, that is why we love it so. Sometimes we don't even know why we love it so, but we just love it. Because everything here is a part of us. Nature, what we live in, like Van was talking about, the drink, the sea, the sun, the food, it's all one. And it's absolutely beautiful. And I'm telling you this, my people out there. Jamaica has been bought off. There's hardly any land in Jamaica what's left. If you don't come now, I'm telling you, within the next 3-5 years, there's nothing left for us, unless your family's got land already.
Yeah,
all the best land has been sold off, and the price of land is going $8 million per acre, which is nearly £40,000 for 1 acre of land in Jamaica. That's unheard of. Even 3 years ago, that was unheard of. Remember, I went on 5 different estate agents, and everything was sold off. That's the experience I'm having in Jamaica. And everyone I'm talking to, and all these people I'm talking to, they say, we are coming home. That's why we're buying off this land. The people, the Jamaican people understand what's happening now. But I know it's a reset. The COVID thing has made people in America, England, Canada, all over the world start thinking and deciding to themselves that, is it the money or is it my life? Because really, that's what it boils down to. Because over there, it's only about the money. But over here, it's about life. Right. So I'm telling my people, we can't sit down now and wait and wait and wait. The waiting is over. That's why Desrie herself has made a move and be here, because we see a bigger picture. And we only talk about Jamaica. We're supposed to be connected to Jamaica and Africa also. Forget about Europe, forget about America, talk about our own thing now, because it's all about us. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Jamaica is brother to Ethiopia.
Yes.
Jamaica and Ethiopia brother, and Jamaica is a twin brother to Ethiopia. Yeah, and at the end of the day, we have to talk about questions in different places. We have to do it for Jamaica. The Garvey village, the 7 we have to put something in. We've got to put something in place in Jamaica in terms of people that want to come back. We've got to try and, you know, form a community for Jamaica. You know what I mean? So between England, wherever you're from in the world, yeah, come up. Yeah. So people that I believe there's a lot of fear about coming back to Jamaica now. People don't want to come back for whatever reason. Though I haven't got the money, I can't do it, or whatever. But at the same time, right? Yeah, some of this, I believe that some of the things that people worry about coming back is a little bit materialistic. Of course, you need money and stuff like that, right? Yeah. But when you think about Jamaica to England, you can actually make your own business in Jamaica without answering to anybody.
Yes.
You can get up and go and say, I know, and the thing is, you cannot die of hunger in Jamaica, never. Yeah. If it's, I'm hearing that at the moment in England, they're saying that they're going to be food shortages. Yeah. At least when you're in Jamaica or anywhere in the Caribbean and Africa, you can't die of hunger. There is that's not such thing. You're going to pick your food off the trees. Yeah. So when all these things, all these fear things going on, and at the end of the day, when people are saying, "Oh, I'm not going yet, I'm not going now," blah blah blah, and if you're not actually creating a community, a village living, you need to create a village living in England. Because if you don't create a village living thing, right, yeah, how is it going to be for the people that say, for example, live in a block of flats and say, for example, Monday or whatever, or you can't go shopping, you can't. How are they going to survive? How are they going to survive? They have to try and find community living, if not leave, in a sense, you know. And it's not easy. It's easier said than done because people, for whatever reason, the kids don't want to go, they miss their kids, blah blah blah. We have to try and find a way. We've got to try and find a way. And even education, we come up there. We know a lot. We know a lot. Auntie, we know a lot. Even from the cultural market that's been happening over the years, we've learned a hell of a lot. We've learned a lot. All of us have learned from it.
Put it into practice.
Exactly, and we can put it into practice in terms of all the our education we've had through the cultural market and stuff, right? Yeah, we need to bring it here. We need to educate them here and bring it here, because when we bring it here, right? Yeah, we kind of open their mind to what's actually going on, yeah, and give them a different perspective. With that perspective, they're even able to help us to come back home. They'll help us, you know what I mean? Because if they're obviously, sometimes, some of them, not everyone, sees us as like barricades because of what they're hearing and what they're believing and what they're listening to through the media, you know. So we need to change all of that. We need to change their perspective completely.
And what I would like to say, so that's very good, Benise. It's not only Jamaicans.
No.
I've met a beautiful couple. They're from England, and the husband is from Guyana, and well, they're, you know, Black British. The husband is from Guyana, his family, and the lady, her family, St. Lucian. And they've come out to Jamaica to do a business. And they travel around the Caribbean islands because they've got their Jamaican passport. And they want to stay in Jamaica. They're looking to buy land. They're renting property here to eventually, you know, live here permanently. And they know nothing of Jamaica, only just coming on holiday. So we that are from here originally, our families have lands, our grandparents, things we say, oh, we're not going to Jamaica. We need to come and check it out because it really is beautiful and there's a lot of opportunities.
There's more opportunities. As a businessman, I'm telling you, there's more opportunities here in Jamaica than in England. There's less competition here than in England. Jamaica is lacking so much things that anything, any idea you have, that you come up here with, you'll be fruitful.
Yes.
And that is what it needs. It needs leadership. It needs people who knows and understand not only about our history, but cares about it. A lot of our people don't care about certain things. We have to put this love back into our life, the caring against one another, the compassion that has been beaten out of us. These are the things we need to put back in. And the only people can do it is us. Only we alone can empower ourselves. Because what's happened over the years is like there's a divide. And we must bring that unity back. And that's what you're trying to do, Auntie Jean. That is why the African market is coming to Jamaica, because they need the culture. Would you believe it? We in England have got certain things what Jamaica haven't got. We have got togetherness where these people have not got it. And we're going to teach these people. And there's people like you and the organization, Desrie, her organization.
It's needed in Jamaica.
It's needed.
And it's what we got, the real thing, and it's not ganja.
Right. This is the purple sea moss. What Desrie is actually.
We can't see. We bring it more into the shot. I know I've got a video of it, but bring it more into the shot. Okay.
Can you see it now?
Yes. Yes.
Tell me. Yeah. This sea moss is actually, I use this sea moss. And like she said, this sea moss is indigenous to Jamaica waters. It's very powerful, very strong. It's different from the other sea moss. As you look at it, if you look at the color, it's not white, it's red and mauve and purple, different colors. This is good for arthritis.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is good for arthritis. This is good for also cancer. This sea moss is very powerful. I use sea moss myself. I came here last year. I got 300 sea moss. When I saw it, I had to buy it because I knew what it was. A lot of people see sea moss and they don't understand. It's different ones. You know that? Right. Tell them exactly.
Yeah, it's good for thyroid, digestive support, reproductive support for the male and the female, iron, it's energy. You can take it as a weight loss supplement. It's an anti-inflammatory. It's good for skincare and anti-aging. So it has a lot of properties.
This is also very valuable in the time like these, yes, where hate people is going around and they're trying to say the other thing, yeah. So this is a valuable thing to use because it clears the mucus of the chest.
Yes.
On top of that,
yes,
this sea moss, when you use it as a gel and you put it on your face as a face mask, it literally rejuvenates your skin, rejuvenates your cell. It feeds like a food to your body. And this is what we're talking about. This is in the sea in Jamaica. You see a load of sea moss all over the place, all over the world, solution, all of that. But I'm not being prejudiced, but the quality of this stuff is very, very, very good. And that's why I use it. The amount of nutrients and minerals in it. So this is what we have here in Jamaica. There's other things here. What we do. For instance, because Jamaica was the part of British colony, you know this Jamaica was a diamond. I tell you why it was a diamond, because Sri Lanka is supposed to have the best cinnamon in the world. Where that same Sri Lanka century grows Jamaica. A lot of people don't know there's some different cinnamon. There's 4 or 5 different types of cinnamon, but the best cinnamon in the world grows in Sri Lanka. And Jamaica's got that cinnamon right here. So these are the things we could be selling and promoting. And it's just there, just here. There's no one here to do it. So people like us, entrepreneurs, people, you know, business acumen is here for us. It is right here for us. And you know, every year I come here and I get all my stuff and send it back. And that's what I've been doing for years. And it works. And the reason I do this, and I don't know why, because of the quality. I'm my own quality controller, but I don't. I want the
Alkaline.
best.
I say, right, Alkaline. We're finding it difficult.
Yes.
The words are chopping in and out. So I don't know if you can move back a little bit from the actual device so that the voice can come out a little bit clearer.
Yeah.
All right.
Finish
say that, yeah, finish say that again. Yeah.
Yeah. Reception, that's not bad reception. But what I was saying is, we, as a set of people, who's got so much opportunity here, and it's people like us, a bit of entrepreneur, a bit of business acumen, we need to come here because there's so much things we can be doing right now. Another big happening in the world. Africa's closest market to European, Sweden and Belgium. Now, chocolate grows wild in Jamaica. It's here in Jamaica. So there's a market there for people. I'm not here to keep everything for myself. I'm not people, loads of opportunities. And it's up to we to accept it, because if we don't do this, other people come and take it from us.
It's true.
That's exactly what's happening right now. You know, you get Chinese, people complain about what the Chinese are doing, the Chinese are doing this. But what are we doing for? And this is what it's all about, is we to get hold of the rope and start pulling our own weight. Because remember this, you know, my people out there, the Black family, we cannot rely on nobody no more. The days of sitting down and waiting for somebody to do us a favor is over and gone. The pandemic has shown us that. No one cares about us. So we have to care about ourselves. And in caring about ourselves, we care about our whole community. And let's do this together, you know?
Auntie, do you know, even here, right, yeah, the culture market could be held here. The culture market
is needed here.
We need it.
It's needed here in England.
Yeah, there's so much different venues, Auntie. We could take you through the whole. We can take you through. We can pull your food in front, Auntie, and bring it here.
It is a funny thing, this, right? It started with you in England, but when I'm looking in Jamaica itself, it's so just to educate the people. Just to educate the people. Remember, you know, these people, a lot of these people mindset is just about over slavery. They've just come through that, and it's still really up to date to a lot of the people. So we need culture like you. We need people who can explain. We thinking is wrong. It's about yourself. It's about you can do it and not waiting somebody to do it for you. And that's what we need. These are the things Jamaica need.
Of course, we've got to educate them, because I don't put it this way, no matter what it is, a lot of us were born here, raised there, etc. We've got to help them, because obviously there is no one to help them. They're just listening to what they're being told. You know, and we need to kind of educate them. We need to try and see if we can, you know, even the youth then, right? And you know, there's a lot of programs. There's a few little things that's coming up. I met someone recently, and he's a gym owner, nutritionist, and he's involved with the police youth over here. Yeah, and all he needs is a little bit of help. I mean, when you think about it, we have that over there, really. Yeah, and over here he's involved with the youth, and he goes around. He actually encourages them to do activities. He encourages them to do so many things, so many things. He actually used to live in Europe, and what he did, he took all what he learned in Europe and brought it home with him. He brought it home with him, and he works with a lot of the youth in yeah. He goes around, he works with the youth. I have a video of him. I can't get to upload. And what he was talking, one of the things he was talking about, yeah, is that Black people, we need to take charge of our kids in terms of getting them involved properly, in terms of, he was saying things like we should cook with them, especially now, show them, it's not just tell them to eat healthy, show them how to eat healthy, let them cook with us, you know, they prepare salad, we prepare whatever, yeah. It was also talking about that we should try to get our, talk to our children a bit more and trying to find out what they want to do in life, well, what we want them to do, and help them along with that. Especially in these times, because there's a lot of youth going on now, a lot of mental health issues around these times, because they're worried, they're not sure about the future, what's happening, and we can give them a sense of a different perspective. But a different perspective from what they know, what they hear in the news, who's getting this and who's getting that, and you're really scared. And so, you know, a lot of them are stressed out. I mean, a couple of years ago or so, an 8-year-old killed himself. I mean, last year. Was it last year? I think it was last year. And there's a lot of issues around mental health for the youth going on nowadays. We've got to reach out to them. We've got to reach out to them.
You see, in right now, even 2 weeks ago, I got a phone call that 6 people shot in Brixton. Youths was in a party, and you know, it disturbed me. It's very hurtful. We're all the way in England, and we're behaving like, you know, and it's not right. And it's all about us as elders now, because we've got to put up our hand and say, you know, sometimes I think we've failed our children. Very sad to say that, but it's real. Because once upon a time, most of the children was on a certain form of control and respect for the elders. And that respect is gone. in different bounds. I'm not saying all children are like that, because my one of them certainly is not like that. But there's certain loads of children who's got no respect for their elders, you know, and that is a part of the things, the Garvey culture, and all the people you see speak on your platform are all talking the same thing. And that's what we need. We need the same mindset of people talking the same thing, just like how the Europeans did. Drum it into you day out and day in, day out and day in. We have to be drumming into them day and day in.
Okay, the thing is this, right? It's all right having a community when everyone knows the same thing and we're teaching each other the same thing. Oh, we need to go out. You need to go out. We need to go out. So don't care if everybody got to know the same thing. We're teaching each other the same thing. I'm totally unclear what you know that we need to put it out. We need to really put it out. We need to put it out. And I mean, if we put it out, right, yeah, then we put, I mean, around the world, really, right, yeah, anyway, right? Because Auntie, I'm telling you, the government is needed in Jamaica. We need to put it out. We need to put it out. Because when we put it out, right, yeah, we educate them, and they would educate theirs, and they would educate theirs.
And another thing I've got to say, there's a lot of unnecessarily sickness here in Jamaica. Diabetes is rampant in this country, and it's very much unnecessary. It's all about educating in food, nutrition. Because a lot of the food these people are eating are food to kill them. It's mucus causing sort of food. What's been imported from America was cheap rubbish. They've got now to eat their own food. Auntie Jean, you go to most restaurants now, you can't get food. You can get rice, but you can't get yam, banana. You can't get certain type of food. We expect to get that in any restaurant in Jamaica. What? It's not like that. You not agree with me?
Even, you know what?
Well, one second. What I want to say is, you can get them, but it depends on the time of day that you go.
Early morning.
You have to go in the morning.
No.
Yes. One thing, what you have to look at as well, what we have to understand is the culture. Yeah. Now, you see this heavy food in the morning. Back in the day, Jamaicans used to go to bush and they would go, and so they needed the yam and the dumpling and the heavy food in the early day.
That's right.
But now they're just jumping into the car and they're just driving around. Yeah. So when you go 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock thinking it's dinner time, that their food done a long time. You're gonna get rice and peas and curry goat and evening meal.
Yes, those
wow. Yeah. It's just the culture,
right?
You know. And you know what he said though. What Alkaline said is true, because in the early morning, you know where you're gonna see people lining up outside Burger King.
Whoa!
Pancakes.
Oh, no. I know when I was over there, KFC was bad. It's a whole queues going to KFC. The place pack out.
KFC is roadblock. You would think it's a dance. And don't think not only are they not lining up outside KFC, you know, they're in the drive-through. When you look, you can't even get in the mall because there are a line of people who don't want to walk from their car to the shop to buy the KFC. They want to go in the drive-through.
Wow. You know something, you know what? I'm thinking about it, right? Even their spirituality, a lot of them are not aware how to connect to the ancestors and connect to them. They don't.
They won't be, because again, remember, Jamaica was colonialized.
Yeah, but
so a lot of them are Christians, and they have a fear of connecting with their ancestors because they don't understand.
Because they were told not to connect to the ancestors. Right. They were told that Obia is the worst thing for hurt.
Yes.
You don't talk about Obia in my house, a wickedness, but that's your spirituality.
And I think that's a good topic as well. I think that's a good topic, Auntie Jean, because I think we need to understand ourselves, you know, and even though a lot of us listening, we have an awareness of who we are as a people, but we're still indoctrinated psychologically by our parents and Christianity and going to church and, you know, play Jim Reeves on a Sunday morning and you can't cuss bad word on a Sunday morning. And, you know, because it's something that's
Yes, yes.
You know,
yes.
and even sometimes we don't mean to, and we're trying to fight against it, but we come out and we say things. And we say, where did that come from, Mama?
Can I jump in there?
Because it's just in us.
Can I jump in there?
Exactly. They need it.
Top your hand. Top your hand.
You've got Galactic Clyde wants to jump in.
Yes. In other words, what we're saying is actually the food system is another form of colonialism.
Yes. And it's for real.
And can I jump in then? Because anybody just jump in.
Wait, Josephine, wait, let them answer first.
Yeah. Anybody just jump in, innit?
Wait a minute. Let them answer first. Sorry,
Yeah,
answer the question.
Even here in the UK, when I look at the drinks in the shop, pineapple juice in a box will cost £1, and the pineapple is more than £1. So financially, the investment into colonialism is to bring us down to the food train. Therefore, as a brain drain, as a mental decapitation, and a destruction of our really a form of spirituality or any connection with the ancestors, through giving us really dope as opposed to food. Got you.
You're muted. Van, your device is muted. We can't hear you. Your device is muted. Unmute. Unmute.
Yes, sorry about that.
Sorry.
The internet is intermittent.
Okay. All right. Did you hear what Galactic Clyde said?
Galactic Clyde, I heard what you said, and let me answer that question, please. Right now in this country called Jamaica, something like 70% of the food is imported in this country.
Yeah.
Now, we have got a place what is beautiful in every soil. There's 130 odd different soil in Jamaica. America and Canada have 12 different soil. And look at the size of those countries. So Jamaica is a very powerful place when it comes to food. We could have grown every type of food there is, but we're not allowed to. And the reason why we're not allowed to, because the government itself, our government don't give the farmers enough. They give the farmer some help, but not enough help. In England, a farmer gets money. Grants to grow food. In Jamaica, that don't happen.
But I think it's changing.
Slowly, but what I'm saying.
It is changing, sorry, because I know some time ago, RADA were giving out, just basic farm stuff, maybe shovel and, a couple seed and a starter. And not only that, this is another project. They are giving out coconut suckers, Malaysian dwarf coconut suckers, yeah? And those ones, it takes, I forgot how many, is it 3 years to grow? I know it's not like the proper what we would used to, but it's a start,
It's good to know that they was doing that, because they was doing that 3 years ago when I was in Jamaica. So that's good that they've carried that on. And I know RADA do quite a few incentives. They'll go out to communities if they because a lot of churches, and they'll actually do a lot of teaching of like in the Lowdown district when I was there, that if you grow sorrel, they'll show you how to make different products from sorrel, like from the wine to the chutneys, etc. So it's good to know that they're still doing that.
Yeah, but you see, before when I was a child a young black man growing up in Jamaica, right? The government itself used to buy the products from the farmers, and then that's not happening like that.
No.
And to me, a farmer who's young trying to think needs the protection of the government itself to help them to start to make it work.
Yes, and I also heard on JIS the other day JIS is like a Jamaica Information Service on the TV. And what they were saying, I think, is it Minister Bartlett? I can't remember if that's the Minister of Tourism. He made an appeal that the hotels, the hospitality industry is making an appeal for local farmers
About time.
to come together to provide the hotels. And he's saying, whether it's the truth or not, but in the past, the reason why they had to import was because they were not getting the consistency of the food to supply, because these hotels here, like right now, can you imagine how many planes come from England alone? And my friend just came the other day, the planes are full.
They're full.
Yeah, and not all of them are going to family, and a lot of them are, you know, other cultures, different people, and they're going to hotels and all that. So if the farmers, like Alkaline said, was getting that strong support, then we don't have water, we don't have rain, you know, they have infrastructure where they can have a sprinkling system and all of that kind of thing. The government, yes, has to support them. And I'm sure, you know, we're working towards it. You know, it's just about a matter of time, because they say in 7 years, they want to make Jamaica a first world country.
It's on its way.
Right?
It's on its way.
Yeah, but I'm saying officially, when they kind of think it's going to be our first world country in 7 years. So they're putting all of this infrastructure, but the thing is, it's not our people doing it. So if we to come together as a community, when they have the next, say, power plant, we know it's by us, for us.
That's right.
That's the level that we're trying to get to. Yeah.
You know, and the thing about what we are saying is, we've got a beautiful place, got everything can grow here. But unless the people is encouraged to grow the things here, we just see land wasted. We just see land wasted. And the thing about our country is, anything that is called Jamaican, anywhere in the world,
they jump on it.
Is something that people want.
Yeah.
People want our stuff. And we need the encouragement. Well, I know, because I live in England. So I'm here buying Jamaican stuff, send it to England to make it into products. Yeah. That's how good these things are. So what we're saying, we've got the best of the best of the best, and we want the whole of us to enjoy it.
Yeah. Exactly. We've got to remember what Marcus Garvey said. Well, what Marcus Garvey said, what he said, up you, mighty nation, accomplish what you will. And we have to try that.
We are.
We have to try that.
And that's what we're trying to do.
You have to try that.
And
have to try that.
Even my product, it's when I make my product here, Auntie G, it's at least 10 to 15% stronger than I'll make it in England.
Wow.
Because it's fresher.
Right.
It's just off the tree. So it's more potent. Right. I'm telling you, when I come back, I'm bringing back a bottle for you. So you can see for yourself.
And you know what? That's what we've got to push, especially now. Because what's happening right here? When people are, what's happening now? When people are going out there and they're stockpiling right here, what are they stockpiling? We need to be able to give our people proper things to eat.
Yeah.
Because all their stockpiling is stuff to destroy their immune system. Yeah. Because it's not made the right way. It's not coming from the right place. It's all coming from China or wherever the case may be. We need to get it from our place. We need to get it from our country, wherever it is, even if it's not Jamaica, Afrika, or wherever, anywhere. But we need to be able to feed our people up there, those that cannot leave, those that won't leave. We need to be able to feed them, to give them the proper things to eat, to fill up their system.
Do you know what is
guinea? Oh, guinea. Oh. Fresh. Oh, it's beautiful. You just pick it.
No, passion fruit. That's passion fruit.
Yeah.
That's what I said. You know, everything is so fresh. Everything is so
Show what we picked yesterday.
Yeah.
No, you know the thing. No,
I got my favorite mango too. Oh Lord.
Living. The guys are telling them they can make a living. They can make a living.
And that's what we're saying. These things are on the tree. And here in England, it's 2 or 3 quid for one of those mangoes.
Yes, exactly.
That's what we're talking about, man.
Yeah, exactly.
So we sell. We've got everything in our powers. And your organization, the organization we're trying to commit. Can you imagine if we really get together as a community, your African community, you know, your African culture market, and we've got our own corporate, and then exporting these things worldwide?
That's what we're planning.
This is what we are all about.
That's what we're looking about, because as I was saying before, Desrie is on the Garvey Village Management Committee. So we're looking to open up a Garvey Village in Jamaica, run with that's it, there you see Desrie, with Desrie heading the Jamaican side of it. So yeah, we're looking to do the import, the export. So as I said, we're starting with the CMOS. So Desrie has done a little video about the CMOS, and as I said, that's the start. So we're looking about different ways of importing, cheaper ways of importing, and yeah, as I said, we're starting, and also Desrie is going to be starting up the African culture market in Jamaica as well, where we can get people together who's doing their own produce, and even the farm produce as well. You know, start once a month or whenever, isn't it? So yeah, as I said, big things are going on in Jamaica. Again, I didn't hear.
What we need to do with Auntie, England need to invite their family. They need to invite their family to look onto what the Zoom, so that everybody start looking at the Zoom, start getting to understand what's going on.
Yeah, right. I'm involved, Auntie Jean.
Oh, you're involved? Oh, I'm good, involved. Good. Give thanks.
Yes, I'm involved. I'm involved in that. Anything to do with my people.
Exactly. We're part of it.
It's a joy. Yeah. You know, putting the African culture market, like we do in England, in Jamaica, it's just eye-opener with them.
Right.
Whoa.
Exactly.
So we're bringing something to the table, brand new.
Exactly.
That's right.
So that's fantastic. You know, fantastic.
Right, Auntie, right now, half of Jamaica need to be tuning to the Zoom. Half of Jamaica need to be watching the Zoom right now. And by doing that, they've been educated. They've been educated what's going on. So they can have a better idea of what's happening, and even about their own spirituality, how to go about it, because they don't really know. Even little things like young guys and stuff, they're looking at it and say, what's that? What that? Where it go? Where from? They don't know
nothing about this. They don't know nothing about this. They don't know these things.
They don't know.
These things are brand new to them. And when you talk to these people, say, what? Say, yeah, this thing literally stops radiation from attacking you. Okay. It stops radiation from in your house. Yeah. So these things we need to teach our people, because they don't know.
No, they don't know.
They haven't got a clue.
That's true.
You know?
That's true.
Even about our chakra. They don't even know about our chakras.
They don't.
So that means they don't even know to meditate.
They don't know.
They haven't got a clue about these things, and these things is a part of our what? Spirituality.
Yeah, and the African culture market in Jamaica would help with that. I was going to say the African culture market in Jamaica would help. The African culture market in Jamaica would help with that, with a platform to educate.
Yes, it would.
Teach.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
We've got a question from Josephine. She's her hands up and she's been very patient. And then after Clive. Yeah, so Josephine first and Clive, we've got a question.
Yes. Can we all participants be subject to the same rules? We talk about equality, but we do not demonstrate it in the way in which we interact in these meetings. Right, first of all, I want to go back to what my Jamaican brethren are saying regarding the KFC. May I say to you, people in Jamaica, they seem to forget that it is Colonel Sanders' secret recipe. You know what that means? The USA tell you it is a secret recipe. That means it's full of addictive chemicals, which it is drawing all of you into the drive-in to go and purchase the junk food. Now, Jamaica is an island, with the capacity to grow abundant fruits and vegetables. You can grow anything from a strawberry, one of those delicious Julie mango. And there is no reason why the people do not grow. They must focus on plant, picking what you plant. Let the KFC go to hell, because if you do not let it go to hell, Jamaicans who is of the genetic constitution of Usain Bolt, fine constitution physically, you are going to get type 2 diabetes, you are going to get high blood pressure, you are going to become obese, you are going to get inflammation in your body, and you will be doing nothing but benefit the pharmaceutical industry and have very short life. The funeral home is going to get a lot of business out there. All the people who keep going to the drive-in to go and buy KFC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Clive?
thank you.
Clive?
Yeah, I didn't really have a question. I just really wanted to comment something that Alkaline had said earlier, and I think he touched back on it again briefly, where he was saying that Jamaica is part of that energy line, the chakra, you know, that physical, spiritual force, and also the fact that Jamaica stands as a brand in itself. Now, I'm taking on board and I commend them. I wasn't even aware of the progress that yourselves had been making insofar as establishing the African cultural market, or in fact the Garvey village within the Jamaica or West Indies, so to speak. But yeah, Jamaica as an island is quite phenomenal. And even interestingly, the last comment that was being made as to the secret ingredient that Western society used to poison us and get us addictive like sugar, so that we form those cues, effectively lining up to poison ourselves. Again, in regards to the culture, where like myself, when I leave and go back to Jamaica, I go back to St. Thomas in the village where breakfast is boiled banana and yam, which is somewhat strange when I got down there, but yeah, it gives you the energy to work up until noon when you have the siesta, because the sun is too hot. Yeah. But yeah, as an island in itself, you have to remember, because of Jamaica's strength, as how it stands as a flag and a beacon, if you can break Jamaica, which it seems to be the aim presently of this government, as to the predecessors, it's like we are now somewhat ashamed, whereas before we stood for social justice, or we stand for to fight for those things. It's like now we're a laughing stock. Yeah, our island's been sold out to the highest bidder. And I think to a certain extent, where I would commend and recommend that the Garvey village do take this stand is because we would be an example, very much like how Barbados is an example. Yeah. Two, as was the case before, Jamaica was an example to Africa. And if Jamaica is broken, then Africa, as you see, they keep assassinating our leaders as we raise our heads. Yeah. So we need to seize this time, and the pandemic is an opportunity for us, because if the cure ain't in Jamaica, as an example, because if you look on this government, as how they're operating, them have we in lockdown, when the medicine is very much in the food, and them have we going to Kentucky instead of us boiling where we're supposed to boil. Them a tell farmers that them supposed to in a lockdown, put them on curfew. So they in Jamaica seem like they're carrying out the wishes of our former slave masters. Yeah. So we have been indoctrinated, our mindset are not as liberated as they used to be. So therefore the opportunity presents itself now for a cultural market, because even in Jamaica, we've lost our culture. We've lost our sense of identity, our purpose. But one thing we do know, Marcus Garvey will always be with us. You see?
I want to say, okay, put the hands. I'm sorry, I just wanted to just say, I don't think we've lost it. We've just mislaid it. Yeah? We've just mislaid it. We haven't lost it because when you go out, when you go out and KFC and all of that, there is that, yeah? But if you search, you go and you look, you will see the little man on the side of the road making his bammy, yeah? And you will see the little woman selling their black castor oil down the road, and because we've been places, so the culture is still there. It's just that to pass it on to younger heads, there is a little bit of.
Yeah, well, we know so something must still remain. You understand? There's got to be a young sprout somewhere. But when you look on our youngsters,
that's right.
Yeah, true. We know so that it's like now them not have no manners, them not have no respect. Yeah, and for that reason, it becomes very difficult for us to be protective of them, which is our first duty. Yeah, because as we always say, it takes a village to raise a child, but it's as though there isn't a village community. And that's why I'm advocating that the Garvey village is a very powerful mindset. Yeah, and to be able to communicate as is now, because each child now is one thing, they've got technologies at their fingertip. Yeah, so we can engage with them, but we can also afford them opportunities. Yeah, in my community in St. Thomas, they're setting up most of farmland and them take it up now for grow medicinal weed, as them call it. Yeah, so there are opportunities whereby, as an organization, as a structure, because I think to a certain extent, that is one of the things which is lagging within Jamaica, the organizations. I myself, when I was down there, I visited the RADA office down in St. Thomas, and I saw the potential, you know, and I've come back, and now my concern, my mom just come back last week. When I'm down there, I'm seeing mango are rotten underneath tree. And then as you said rightly, the price that we're paying for these things over here is ridiculous. Yeah. So there are opportunities for us in the West Indies. You could say Jamaica, because as a brand, yeah, we don't really have to sell ourselves. Yeah, you understand? Because it's demonstrated in our DNA. Yeah. Insofar as the fastest man, the fastest woman. Yeah, there's all of these things which is already a marketing tool for us to utilize. But what is happening is that we as a community, we're doing our own thing in the way that we've learned, which is selfish. Yeah, selfishly. Whereas we know the inroads we made over here was possibly through cooperation and trying a partner. Yeah, in order to make that initial step. You know, so I'm so excited in hearing that yourself, Desrie, is down there, because I think the last time we met was in the park around the drumming. You understand? So we need to reconnect. And the other thing, what you touched on was the thing you have around your neck. You understand? I'm from St. Thomas. You understand? Our spirituality is built, what do you say, tied up in Christianity. Yeah. Now, as a baptized soul, yeah, I don't go to church for probably about a year, yeah, and that was partly due to the last time I visited Jamaica. Like me say, I'm from St. Thomas. Firstly, I never used to talk about it proudly, but now that I've become a wise as an elder with Grand Pitney now, I've come to realize part of our problem is our spirituality and our perception looking at Obia or voodoo, whatever the word they use. Yeah, we are still mentally enslaved via, to a certain extent, you have to say the churches. Yeah, and we need to break that yoke. And I think that again is where the African cultural market will come to the fore in opening up our eyes as to where we are, where our spirituality lies, and where our true strength. Yeah, because the soil feeds us in all different forms of way. Yeah, so I have to say, I commend yourself. Hopefully, within the next 3 to 5 years, I myself will be residing in Jamaica, because I know there's opportunities all over the island, you know, but concerned that the price of land is so expensive. Yeah, but we need to be able to get it so that we can produce in order to harness, not necessarily to process, but we can see there's a lot of wastage that is happening throughout the countryside, you know. So I have to just salute yourselves, you know. Sorry, I haven't got a question for you, because I'm probably just jealous of the fact that when I did this, and I'm here, you understand? Yeah, but more strength to your bow, yeah. Yeah, manners and respect, man. Yeah, strength.
I would just want to stick a pin, because I said it's a hand, but it should be a pin. You know, it says stick a pin, yeah? You mentioned something about the ganja. And I was talking earlier, I actually went to a presentation by a company, which is legal manufacturers of the ganja, and not only for medicinal purposes. They have a whole line. Like, it's like, you know, when you go into the vape shops, they have vapes, they have, and the quality of the packaging is superior. When I tell you, it's like you're buying an expensive bottle of perfume, because they grow their own strains. And this is all legal. They have the licensing. They have 100 acres in St. Mary, and they're only farming 10 at the moment. And they have a whole manufacturing plant. And it's not just for medicinal. So what I'm saying is there's industry opportunities legally that you can make proper money, but it's not no weak money, it's strong money that a community needs to come together and then build. You can get schools out of it.
Everything.
You can get homes. You can get so much businesses.
We as a set of people have been brutally attacked about ganja for a long time, especially the Rasta community.
We've been using it for decades.
And now, all of a sudden, the same product has become the icon of this modern era. And we have people are making millions and billions of pounds from this. Well, we in Jamaica, them said Jamaica grow the best weed. If that's the case, and that is what's been told for how many years, let us make the best money out of it. There's money to be made. Jamaica ain't supposed to be a poor country. No time at all.
But it's not a poor country.
And Jamaica's not supposed to be suffering. No time at all, because we've got so much product that we can use. Now, one other thing, you see the same CMOS. All of a sudden, you need a license now.
Yes.
To deal with this.
Yes.
That grows wild in the sea.
Yeah.
So the government itself is jumping on the bandwagon. That's what I'm saying. We need government to help us, not government to sink us. You know?
Yeah.
So all of a sudden now you need a license.
Yeah. It has to be certified. It has to be certified, because I was ready to ship. I was good to go out and getting my orders, but it has to be certified by a packing house, which is a bond warehouse. So they inspect it, make sure it has no bugs.
What is the cost of the license?
Well, the thing is, what? Sorry.
The cost of the license.
So it seems like they've dropped. Let me just see if I can catch them. Your question through the mouth, Josephine. Yeah, you see that they've dropped out. Yeah, Clive. Yeah, you're muted.
Them touch for a raw nerve. You understand? Yeah, they don't want the people them to wake up.
No.
You understand? And that I would say is very much the challenge for yourselves, the African Cultural Market, as well as the Garvey Village. Yeah, because there's two things. Well, there's those two things. When you say Africa and culture, and when you say Marcus Garvey, you got two brand names there.
Yeah.
And you just have to put the purpose behind it as a collective. So basically what we need to do is to form cooperatives, because the latter part, what my brother was saying and the sister was saying, is that now you need a license. Now we could look on that license very much as though our brother Sizwe was saying, yeah, to go and to do mining, you have to jump through these hoops. Yeah. Now those hoops were set up a long time ago, and here it is now. This government is now trying to impose those things. But at the same time, if we don't do that, it means that we can over-reap what we never did plant.
Right.
Yeah? So it is a safety net to a certain extent. And it's for us to establish some form of brand, because I've always said for years, the best brand you could have when it comes to cannabis is gonna be like Tosh, yeah? Because he's always claimed for it to be legalized, because for whatever reason, for some of us, smoking weed opened up our inner eye, yeah? It enabled us to sustain oppression, yeah? Because we were able to deal with our inner self, even though we've been castrated, beaten, we were able to put the pain elsewhere. You see, so we're at a very crucial time. Yeah, I said I don't often do Zoom, yeah, because it often leads you to speak things that you don't want people to point fingers at you for having said. But sometimes you can't help yourself by saying certain things, yeah, and sometimes we're not in control over certain things being said. Yeah, that's why I mean, I like the thing. Yeah. So there is an opportunity, because for years, Muta has been leading us, yeah, on our consciousness. But I think more recently, it wasn't as strong as before. Since this COVID thing, yeah, it seems as though we want a new spiritual force, our new consciousness. Yeah, so I'm hoping that yourselves will provide, with the help of our SiStar Desrie down there in Jamaica, to establish and to connect with the youngsters who have the phone in front of them eyes, because everything can be used as a tool. So where we had the tell-live vision, yeah, we can use the smartphone to make the nation smarter. Yeah. So I'd like to just leave you with that thoughts, and thank you for the opportunity. And I very look forward to seeing the family come weekend. Yeah, to deal with this unity that my good brother Douglas Williams has always talked about. Yeah.
But
so
I can't promise anything, because we'll be coming back from Liverpool.
I'm aware of that.
Yeah, so I'm gonna see. No,
but you see, it's one thing we're sure, we're always gonna have you there in spirit.
True,
Auntie Jane, watch your mouth. We're back in time. We're gonna be there. I told Clive we're coming straight from the train to Dougie's drumming event.
With our grips and all, yeah.
Listen, we're gonna have such a phenomenal turnout. Yeah, that just the wish, just that thought that you have, the wish to be there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Will make you be there.
Well, in Liverpool, I just say, give me my breakfast, let me go.
Yeah, well, like I said, we're not business with that, because like we just saw Desrie, Alkaline, and the other sister there. We're very much in Jamaica, because as soon as you show you the mango, you feel like you would have just take it. Not true.
In it. And the guinea.
Listen it. Yeah. So we need to connect back with our true spirituality, that we can be anywhere, anytime.
Oh, look, because you show me the guinea now. Hey.
Yeah, any place, anytime. You understand? Such is our powers. Yeah. And the system, the system out there right now, through them know. So we're reconnecting, because the prophecy is now being fulfilled. You understand? they need to kind of put some buffers in between. You understand? But without a doubt, time is up. As Bob said, there's a natural mystic blowing in the air, and we are also part of that mystic.
Yes,
you understand? So we have the connection, Jamaica, Africa, like we do, South Africa, and we're back in England. So we have the Trinity, and we have the spirit of the people. And it's just for the people to know that we have to cooperate. So the same way where we have unity, we now need also cooperations.
Don't forget the
so
rest
we need
of the
to
Caribbean.
form cooperations.
Clive, don't forget the rest of the Caribbean, yeah?
Yeah, well, me can only talk about what I know. Yeah, but I don't exclude.
I will fill you in, Clive.
Yeah, I don't listen to me. I don't exclude any of the Caribbean nations. Yeah, all I will say is obviously we've played a phenomenal part. At the moment, Barbados is playing, they've stepped up because, they're doing the thing which we thought we gained. A lot of people thought we had independence, but we've come to realize it's not the case. The Windrush generation, of which I am one of, we're somewhat embarrassed that our leaders have not been able to represent. But at the same time, we can see as to how the corruption has been, and those who don't wish to be corrupt anymore, how they are assassinated. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not here to preach, that's for somebody else to do. I just thank you.
Right. We're gonna move back to Jamaica now.
yeah. So it's always been my wish, but it does take some confidence in order to do. I've always been connected with my community. So I'm one of those, when I go back home, I go Riverside, go be naked with the rest of the crew. You understand? Because I understand what civilization does to your mind. Yes, I've been able to maintain that connection, and I'm proud, and they accept me for that. I can go home without anything, and they will even buy and treat me. You understand?
I hear that.
That's where I'm connected. The only transport me having in Jamaica is a bicycle.
Which is good. Yeah. All right, we're gonna move back over to Sister Vann now.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
Respect. Yeah.
Okay. Give thanks. Right, Sister Vann, Desrie, Alkaline. Are you still there? I can see you're frozen. They're frozen. It was there for a minute. Looks like them outside
man,
now.
Lock you off, man.
We don't want them to lock us off.
No, man.
You're back.
Never say a distant program.
You're back. Unmute. Desrie? Unmute. You can come off camera as well now as well. And we would like to make a comment on, before they come back, on what you heard. That lifestyle in Jamaica. Patricia, I see you've unmuted. Sister Patricia. I can't see. Sister Patricia? I don't know if you're having problems with your mic. Unmute. Sister Patricia? I see you've unmuted, but we can't hear anything. We can't hear anything from you. Okay. We'd like to acknowledge those who's listening on the Auntie Jean Zone and Black Culture Radio. And if you do get cut off, you can listen in all the W's, blackcultureradio.com. So it's there. Sister Jacqueline, I can see you've unmuted. Is that an accident, or do you have something to say?
No, it's my accident, sorry.
Okay, all right. Sister Patricia? I don't know. Oh, are you having trouble with your mic? Okay. Mic and camera. Oh, as she said. Has anybody got any questions, any comments? I think they've dropped out again. Supreme.
Yeah, greetings.
Hotep.
Even I'm having problems with my microphone, so I don't know if it's something to do with England playing at home, you know? But yeah, football's supposed to be coming home, but I don't know what's going on at the moment.
Is the score so far?
It's 1-0. Soon be penalties. But yes, the conversation with those that are in Jamaica and possibly, you know, returning and doing trading and trading their goods and stuff like that. I'm just looking at that. We seem to be lacking in group economics to me. And I think it's something that we should really be seriously looking at. Because every time I keep hearing the word is expensive, it's like we're putting up barriers. And I'm saying, well, if something's expensive, for instance, let's say the land, why are we not coming together to buy the land? Why is it we're not coming as a group? You know, why don't we do? I remember back in the days growing up, they used to have this thing called timeshare. You know, you could go, you know, you never actually, you kind of licensed a couple of weeks in a property, but with the view to that you've got some form of ownership. And I think we need to be embracing certain, you know, those type of financial strategies. That's me personally, because when we start saying, oh, land is getting expensive, I think I think these barriers, you know, we have to stop that. Because when the land was cheap or the land is kind of reasonable, we're not doing anything. All we seem to be doing is bringing, putting, you know, I think we need to do like Nike and have a do. We've got to do. I mean, you could even say the same with Gambia and going Ghana and all these places. Let's not get romantic, man. Let's really do some group economics. You know what I want to tell everybody to do? Go and get yourself a credit card. Put everything on the credit card. You know what I mean? You say there's ways of getting money. People say, oh, I ain't got no money. But when you look, they've got a £600 telephone. You know, everything we got on us is money. And then we say we haven't. We have. If we haven't, we have to start saying, let's do group economics. I see your eyes looking up. Why are your eyes looking up? Anyway, I even think we've got this thing, you know, when it comes to Kwanzaa, and you have these is it the Nguzo Saba, and you have all these principles. Is it only that week we do these principles?
Yeah.
And I hate to say it, but I think we need that. Sometimes I think we need that slap in the face to say, look, wake up. We need to refocus and get on with the whatever we plan to do, because our youths are looking at us, right? And they're looking at, oh yes, Granny used to talk about that. 20 years she was talking about doing this and that, and she's never done it. You know what I mean? So they're looking at us. I mean, they look at us and they lose interest because they see we ain't going nowhere. So sorry for the moan and the rant, but I think everybody in there, how many people's in there? 32 people. Come on. Yeah. You know what? That's an industry we got in here. That's a corporation. That is a group. You know, so we need to really, you know, I think, you know, I just heard bits and pieces of Ras Alkaline, and I'm gonna tell you something. Ras Alkaline's drinks, I've put it in 3 shops and it's selling.
Yes, I sell it as well.
I've put it in 3 shops and it's selling. I rang him the other day thinking he was in the UK to say, need more. He said, no, man, my son. Yeah. And I was even talking about the CBD, and we need to jump on that. You know, there's a lot of things I'm thinking of, but we you know, anyway, let me stop moaning. I'm looking forward to...
Stop moaning, you're helping, because what you're saying, people who don't know, you're just you're planting the seed, which is good. you know. And so don't think what you're moaning on, you're ranting, because it might be the first time somebody's hearing this.
But I also want to say this. I mean, a lot of us seem to sit down and paraphrase Marcus Garvey. And we got to remember, back in the days, he never had no mobile phone, and he had less tools to help him than that we've got currently now. So what, when we look at him, and the day when we turn our ancestor, we're going to say, boy, you know what? What did you do? You have the opportunity here. You have the tools. Even when we look at ourselves, if we don't have monetary, we have skills. And these skills, you know, we can trade off our skills. You know, the amount of, and I'm going to again say, the amount of our youngsters that go to university and come out, they don't come back to a job in the community. They come back out to go to a job to do in the cooperative world. And I think that's sad. Because we're training our youths hard. Yeah, they're getting the further education. So we need to really start even looking at that, saying, well, whoa, you know, I sent you in there as a boy and you came out back as a doctor. So come back and help our community. We should be moving forward now. The system is setting us up. The system knows that our youths are intelligent. That's why now they start incorporating £9,000 a term and all this rubbish, because they realize that, okay, you know what, they're breaking barriers. We're breaking barriers. So they put a barrier up, and we put a self-barrier by saying the word is expensive. It's not expensive. It never took. You see, when I look at Marcus Garvey, and you're saying when he bought the Black Star liner, and they tricked him, he still continued, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Imagine that. And then we have to look at the Windrush. They came over here. Their fare was like £80. £80 to some people now is a lot of money. You talk back then, you've come to England. I think that the generation after the Windrush have left a big gap. And it just seems like it's talk and romance. So, yes, I don't see the Jamaica link. Are they coming back on?
I'm hoping so, but the thing is, you know, they're not in. So when you see me looking up, I'm looking at my other monitor to see, 'cause I can see everybody up on the other monitor, you see, whereas I can only just see who's speaking in front of me. So if you see me looking up, me not rolling my eyes.
Yeah. I'm like thinking, why are those eyes, them eyes looking up? And now, yes, Clive.
You mentioned the Windrush, you know. For me, in the Caribbean, the Windrush was good for me growing up, because when I used to look at all them land on the south up and the mango, them there rotten down, and you ask where the people them where own them land, them in England. So we used to enjoy them fruits for free. But in England, I get cold while I get fruits.
Yeah, but I'm gonna say us here in the UK, all of us in the room, we have skills, and those skills should be used to empower our people. You know what I mean? Right now, we can't be. I just think that it just seems like that we're not going anywhere, and it's just coming like how can I say, a good night story to tell each other, like before you go to bed. Once upon a time, we were going to be great, and now we in this room have to make it.
Yeah, how about a proverb? Let me give you one from Ethiopia.
A proverb, yeah.
A proverb from Ethiopia. He said, when women rule, water run uphill.
Yeah. So that's my thing, you know, and
country does that one come from, Clyde?
Ethiopia.
Look, let me say something, right? If you put cart before the horse, you know, you got to know what order in which you is doing things. We organized as a people. And from what I see, ever since Windrush, people from the Caribbean, people in this country, They're always complaining, no unity, no unity, no unity. But if you do not organize a people, how can you have unity? Specific people must go out there with a view to organize the people. Everything else is a luxury. If the people themselves is not organized, you will never achieve anything. You can put on all the show and the spiritual this and the events and all kind of things, but if the people is not organized, you don't even know if they're going to come. You can't call them, you can't pick up the phone and say, Grace, you're coming tonight, or Patricia, you're coming tonight, because you don't know who the people is. So to me, you put in the cart before the horse. That is what I'm seeing. All these there's so many different African Caribbean organizations, and all of them put the cart before the horse. So, and another thing is, how many of the people who's leading these organizations know what it is to do a project and fulfill it? So if they have never do a project and fulfill it themselves, it is beholding on them to bring in people into the organization that know how to do projects and fulfill it. Because as the brother was just saying, you have people out there in the community with a lot of skills. But if you keep in a clique, the clique isn't doing, they're well known in the community, but nothing is moving forward. It means you need fresh blood in the organization.
Thank you.
To do action. To stop the talking and do action. Only talking you do. You only meet to talk when there's something that must be done. And I love that saying that Clyde just say, that woman can make water go up here. if you want a job done, give that job to a busy woman, you can be sure it's going to get done. Thank you.
Yes, Shay.
Well, I love what the sister said, and I'm thinking inside of what you're saying, I think in organizations there has to be accountability. I think exactly what you said. Is it Josephine? I think she's correct in a lot of things, and it's not a put down. It's just that sometimes when we look at some organizations, we're following the leader of the organization and not the organization. What is the organization about? What is the organization fulfilling? So if we get caught up with the personality of a leader or someone who is in charge, we're bound to fail if we're not, if we're not about the organization. We just have to look how the Eurocentric way of doing things, they look how them, if their leader flops, fails or goes, the organization is always still there going. And one of the other things that I noticed, and this is from us, Marcus Garvey, the UNI had the highest amount of memberships. Membership. So when we look at if people are a member and the volume of the membership is going in yearly, monthly, whatever, then it's what do you do with the finance from the membership to develop what the organization is about. And that's one of the things that I really find quite interesting. And people do ask me, says, oh, but Marcus Garvey had X amount of million. So what happened after? Why is the legacy not there? Why is it that we just paraphrase and then we haven't got that finance side? And I'm going to say another thing, finally, I'm just going to wrap this up. A lot of people are moaning about Notting Hill Carnival. And when I say Notting Hill Carnival, even their own Time Out magazine put out something 7-10 years ago saying that Notting Hill Carnival over the 3 days has a turnover of £93 million.
Wow.
And I said to myself, £93 million.
Where does it go?
That's the next point I was gonna make. So every year we have this carnival. We are the product. We pay to go in the carnival, to dance behind the float. We pay to dance up and wine up for people to see us for free. For someone to say that, yes, 93 million. Now I'm saying, if that's 93 million over 3 years and we ain't had it for the past 2 years, or possibly this is going to be the second year, what is happening into this actual money that's always invested into the Notting Hill Carnival? And I actually think that we should be tapping into it and saying, well, hold on a minute, we ain't had a carnival this year. You lot are always earning off of us. How come we haven't got a building, or how come we haven't got X, Y, Z? Because it just seems like, you know, there's a big cake out there, right? And we're just getting crumbs. We're getting crumbs. And I think, you know, we have to...
Spin doctor, you say they are making 93 million.
Yeah.
And we should be getting a piece of the cake. Who
Yeah.
is we? Who is we?
Sorry?
I'm asking
Well,
you a
that's-
question. Who is we? Because you is
when-
one person. There
Yeah.
is no HQ. There is no one who can intervene in a professional capacity to say, we want to do X, Y, or Z.
Yeah.
So-
well, I actually think that if there's this sort of Notting Hill Trust, all these trusts that are built around us, around our people who were here and they're now ancestors, why isn't not the trust or the Notting Hill Trust, I forgot the name of one of them, how come that money that they get every year so that we can perform on the street is not used to have a building? So somewhere along the line, what are we saying about ourselves, right? And what are the outside, they're quite happy to invest in us to dance up in the street. But if we were to say, you know what, come, let us build a mosque or a temple just like the Asians, right? That we can go in and say, let us do a carnival city where people can learn about the carnival or have some kind of museum. How come they wouldn't do something like that? You know, and I just look at, you know, I know you're actually going to Liverpool, and are you going to the Slavery Museum?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're going to have an exclusive as well, because we're one of the Chief Angus, who was there at the very beginning when they started, and the Slavery Museum is going to give us behind the scenes tour as well.
Yeah.
So so we'll hear a little bit more about that museum. I mean, I went there when it was opened at the very first time, but this will be the second time that I'll be going there.
Oh well, I wish I could attend. And even, you know, Clive mentioned that the event Sunday for Brother Dougie, and we're doing this event in the park. And I even look at Dougie was an inspiring. He was a forward thinker. But one of the challenges that we do have, and Brother Dougie did have, when we do events, and you yourself, Auntie Jean will know, we again will be going in a building, possibly after COVID, and they're going to be charging us like 150 to 200 pounds an hour to go in a building. So we have to really, this is another reason why I have a go at this carnival. If I am doing a community event and it is costing me 200 pounds an hour, and I'm in that building for 8 hours, how much is that? That's 1,600 pounds to do a community event for the community, which I can't understand. When we go to, let's say, Haringey Council or even Bernie Grant's Art Centre, will be even more money than that.
Wow.
And I kind of think to myself, it's sad.
It is.
That Bernie Grant is called Bernie Grant's Art Centre. We cannot afford
to go in
even
there.
hire the team. So I'm clocking, well, hold on a minute. Even, you know, there's a lot of things that I've done in our name, And financially, when we go back as a community, empower ourselves even to do a market, or it could even be, you know what, we could even have a market that says, or a building that says, right, we're going to teach furniture making, we're going to teach jewelry, we're going to teach our culture in these buildings. But how can we do it if they're charging us £200 an hour? I'm just putting that, but it's 150. But I'm saying possibly when we return back, and that's one of the things I'm looking at for Brother Dougie, Find Your Voice. When we return back to that building, they're going to be charging them £170 plus VAT and doing all this. And I'm thinking we have to look at, well, financially, that is a lot of money to outlay, isn't it? Just for an event.
It's true.
But our people have to realize, like yourself, Auntie Jean, when you put an event on and you charge £10, this is the cost that we have to cover before we even make back our money. So if
sometimes it's not even that. Sometimes it's if you're lucky, if you break even. Sometimes
that's what I'm saying. So this is when we get back to the again. I'm going to say group of economics, and we really have to sit down and say, listen, we need to work as a collective here. We really need to dig deep, right, and look at the Kwanzaa principles, the Nguzo Saba, and these things, and really say, oh, we live in these principles after that 26th of December. What are we really doing? You know, I think it's the time is, you know, I'm looking at, boy, I'm at a certain age now, and I'm hearing people do a certain talk, and I'm saying, will I live to even see the thing? You know what I mean? Would I live to see a building? Would I live to see that we're going to progress? You know? So that's my thing. Sorry for the rant, but I'm looking forward to Ras, Alkaline and Desrie and Vanice, if they get their product, that it does come in the UK and that we do back is it the purple CMOS they
it's
were
the
talking
purple
about?
CMOS, yes, because well, we're in the process of figuring out how to get it over here, because I have got a little video that I can put on what Desrie did. I think it's about a minute, just about the purple CMOS to advertise it. But yeah, it's it'll be over here soon, as soon as we you know, figure out a way of getting over here, you know, economically, you know. So I think everything's by I can't remember what the name of the company is, but if we can find another company to do it, I mean, that's what we're looking into that.
Well, you know, it's interesting again, because back in the day, I imported a beer from Ghana. So if there's Ghanaians in there, and the beer was called Club Beer. And we ordered a container, and we had it in Tottenham storage. We ordered a container of this beer because it was a Ghanaian beer. And there's a lot of Ghanaians in Tottenham. And one of the problems that I had, the Ghanaians was not buying it off me because they say, no, I'm Jamaican. Why? This is our thing.
Wow.
But I'm going to give you, this is very interesting. After a while, the Ghanaians, because a lot of Ghanaian shops down West Green Road. But after a while, they did buy it. But one of the problems we had, as somebody becoming a distributor, was people was bringing the beer in their suitcase. You know, when you go on holiday, bring a beer and they sell it. So the prices there was a price thing happening here where people might think they're getting ripped off because Joe went on holiday and he brought back some beer and he's selling it for £5. But when you go to the shop, it's a £10. So we had that problem. But one of the problems that are not problems, one of the things that did happen to me, the beer did sell off. The off license, the Asian man came to me and he says, how are you getting this beer in the UK? He turned around to me. This is what he said. Get rid of your partners. We will do it. Me and him. So he knows that divide and rule.
Exactly.
He knows, I've got a contact, but I know further down the line, he would get rid of me once he knows.
Of course he will. Once he gets that connection, that's it, you're gone.
Yeah. So
And
I
they do
really
that all the time, and people always fall for it every time.
So when we look at, I'm going to say West Green Road, I focused on West Green Road because at a time you could see that there were a lot of, because of, you know, remittance, there was a lot of remittance at the time. And when you see remittance, when you see a lot of remittance shop on the road, you know that there's a lot of people from another country in the country. And when you look at when they look at, I forgot what they call it, the USD, or what do they call it when you see more money going out of your country than in your country, they started to clamp down on the remittance, saying that there was some kind of fraud going on. But what it is, we've got more, what do you call it? People from abroad. Can I say migrants? Can I use the word migrants?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Would that be good?
Yeah.
Yeah, would that be a nice word?
Yeah.
I don't like the word immigrant.
Mm.
I don't know, but you know what? So I also saw that there was a lot of Ghanaians and Nigerians in Tottenham. Yeah. Even the Asian man knows us. He knows us very well. He said to me, can you get the beer with the blue star? Now, I don't drink beer, but this Nigerian beer was the beer that all the Nigerians love. And they knew that he knows because they were coming in the shop asking for this beer, asking for this beer. So he asked me to get it. But one of the things that I think we need to conquer, to me and with Desiree, is that when we get goods from abroad, after a while, we have to be careful that these people close down the distribution by controlling it, saying they are the only ones that are the agent that can bring it in.
That's right.
And I saw this, and finally, I just want to wrap this up. I'm going to tell the story indirectly, but directly. And it's to do with the gentleman, you know, the gentleman who makes the teas, they'll get teas.
Yeah.
You know that how he started, and he done, the Guyanese gentleman, he made that teas, he went on the street, he done his things. He got it into Tesco's and Sainsbury's. It was selling, but he used those people. Tropical Sun. Tropical Sun went to Sainsbury's and Tesco's and says, we can do it cheaper, and knocked off Delgate off the shelf, because they was a, Sainsbury's are not bothered. As far as they're concerned, they're getting the lemon and ginger and all these flavored teas cheaper, because Tropical Sun is mimicking a product that we loved going in Tesco's. So there was also a danger there, and of that when you use someone as your distributor, they know okay, that product is the number one seller in what you call it, Sainsbury's or Tesco's, in the what do they call us when in Tesco's? Is it the ethnic row?
No.
Yeah, but they know. So Tropical Sun have now, and you know, I don't want to go deep into it, but you have noticed that now they have copied a lot of brands,
yeah,
and made it cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
Or and when you look at it, you have to, if you taste an original brand and you taste Tropical is cheaper because it's watered down, but they're selling it.
Yeah.
It's almost like I'm gonna say a no frills brand, and they are slowly more employing us. We're more taking it on, and then when you look at what Clyde, what's his name, Alkaline. When you go back now, they'll be controlling the farm. They'll be controlling it from source. Anyway, let you get back on with the cultural market.
Thank you.
I just want to see if England scored another goal now.
I don't. You didn't hear the noise, because I heard when I had the first goal. You know, the noise was coming from next door, out the back, out the front.
What, you live in Wembley?
No, I don't. But it seems like I'm surrounded by England football supporters.
Okay.
But
all right, I'll leave it there. So,
but thank you. Thank you. I was hoping that they'll be able to come back, but it seems like, I don't know, maybe the connection is the problems is a little bit too strong. So thank you for that. So we'll move on. No, first of all, I will play the actual video that I was talking about before I bring on Galactic Clyde. So this is a video that, short video that Desrie did on the sea moss.
Organic, natural, purple sea moss, directly from Jamaica, directly from the sea. This organic sea moss comes in £1 packaging sizes, and it's 25 UK pounds per pound. And this is a healthy size pound, which can be broken down into smaller quantities for repackaging or just for use at home in your punches and your juices. The £25 UK does not include postage, so postage is additional, and it's sent via FedEx at the moment, or courier at the moment, until I can find a cheaper way to send it. A percentage from each sales of this sea moss goes towards the Garvey village. So every purchase that you make, you're contributing towards the growth and development of the Garvey village. So if you're interested in this organic purple sea moss, otherwise known as Irish moss, please contact Auntie Jean, and then she will get in touch with me and place your order. Thank you.
Okay. So you heard it there, folks. Right, so Galactic Clyde, are you there?
He's
Thereabout?
sleeping, Auntie Jean. What you talking about?
Okay, I won't make the joke.
Don't make the joke then.
I won't make the joke.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So we've waited for a little, and it seems like the connection may not be due back, but we don't know. But I suppose it's your opportunity to make your presentation.
Okay. Yes, we heard a lot tonight about spirituality there, and it's like, whoa, rubbing shoulders here. But spirituality is so important, you know, especially understanding cycles and time, because you see, it gives you a way to navigate. It helps you to know what's happening. So you know if it's going to rain this morning, what you need to do. You know if it's going to snow, what you need to do. If you know time's going to change, what you need to do. And so spirituality in connection to cycle help us to understand whether we're in summer, winter, autumn, or fall, whether
We
we're
see you.
feast or
Sorry
famine.
to cut you. Sorry to cut you. Can we see you?
I'm right here. What are you looking at?
I wasn't looking at a blank screen. I can see you now.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Loud and clear. Okay. So spirituality is very important. And one of the things that spirituality, because most time when we talk about spirituality, we don't realize that spirituality also involves the cycles of time, you know, the linkage with the cycles of time. And so today I want to talk about the cycle that I've been following, called most people know it as the Mayan astrology and astrology system that stems from the Olmec, in terms of the Olmec were the people in Mesoamerica who have left their big stone head, you know, as a representative, like we've been here. So don't, you know, so don't you dare. So yes, so the system of what is called the Zolkin, and all the Mesoamerica would tell you that yes, this stems from the Olmec. Some people want to link the Olmec to the Chinese, but it doesn't cut it. So let's not even go down that road. Yes. The Olmecs were people from West or some parts of Africa. Mostly they said West Africa, but yeah, it's Africa. Okay. Auntie Jean, let's go with the first slide, the one with the numbers 1 to 13, 1 to 13, 1 to 13.
Let me have a look to see if I've got the right one.
So the interest of today is that we enter, you know, in terms of the cycles of the Zovuya or the Mayan cycles of dealing with astrology. The count of days is really where the Zolkin.
Is that the correct one? Sorry to cut you.
The one black and white, black and white.
Black and white. Yeah, it's all on. It's the wait. That one I just passed.
Okay. Now let's go back to that one, the lady.
That one.
Now go back to the lady sitting there. Yeah. If we look at this one and I make it bigger, if you see what the person is doing there, is showing by the headdress, you can see this is a Mayan cloaked, but what he's doing there, it's looking at some symbols, okay? And because I've understand astrology, I know what those symbols are. We're looking at what they call the red skywalker, which is the one on the top, and the other one represents Mercury, the planet Mercury. I know them, so that's why I'm able to explain to you what the symbolism is. The person here, it's looking towards the star. Yes, there's astrology system in all the different ancient world, and this was one of them. So we're looking at the prophecy here. We're looking at what is called the red skywalker, which is the star, the circle with the cross like in the top one, and the bottom one is Mercury. So this person is looking towards the stars. Yes? Okay. Sorry, I can't shift this around. But if you go to the Zolkin system, I would just show, you know what, if you go to the black and white one with the circle, it was easier for Auntie Jean to do this because I'm out and I'm not in front of a computer. So the black and white one with the numbers and the circle, half circle.
Not that one. I'm gonna, I'm just gonna have to keep going. You tell me when.
Yeah, okay. Okay. That's one. That's the one I was asking you first. You're going too fast, Auntie Jean. Slow down. It's almost midnight.
That one?
No, we
this
can come
one.
back to that.
Have I passed it?
Yes, you passed it by 2.
You have to tell me when to stop.
Yes, that's one. Stop there. You come back. You did 2 one time, the one after that. Okay, this one that you're showing here is showing you all the different star signs. So yes, the one that just leave it there. The one that you were looking at just now was showing you all the different star signs. But what we're looking at here is a number system. And so I don't know if everybody's going to look at this number system. What you see, which is the Zolkin system, and you see one in the Mayan number system and one in the number system as we know in the Western world. So you got 1 to 13, 1 to 13 all the way. So that's what you're looking at in the black and whites, things that look like a butterfly. And then you see the numbers 1 all the way down to 13, then it starts 1 again to 13. So what we're looking at is a 13 times table or 13 times 13 permutation table. That's what you're looking at. That's what the Zolkin system is all about. Because the time, this is like looking at the Mayan, what we call in the Western world, the week. They call it a wave spell. So you got a 13 wave, start and stop, and then start again 1 to 13. So you got what's called a wave spell. In the Western world, we say it's a week of 7 days or fortnight of 14 days. Yes? Mm-hmm. So every wave spell, a wave spell is from 1 to 13 and starts again. Yes? Okay, so that's what that Zolkin system is, because every day was considered important because it's a different star system or star sign that comes into in terms of rulership. And all of us can be identified with these different star signs based on a counting system. So let's move on, Auntie Jean. I'll tell you when to stop. Just go slowly, please.
Okay.
Which one you have? You have the one called the Zovuya? Okay, go ahead. Okay, we're looking at the different star signs here. Stop there for a minute.
Okay,
yes, this is
go back. This one?
Yeah. Okay. This one you see here, it's very, you know, they call it the cosmic this is like what is called the zivuya, or the spin, or the spin and the counter spin. It's called the what's the name that is used for this? The Hunab Ku. Hunab Ku. Yeah, means the spin and the counter spin. So you see the cycles of life spin one way, and then you also have a counter spin. Yeah,
Right.
just like night and day, the black and the white is symbolic of night and day. The spin and the counter spin called Hu Nab Ku.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. They mean the spin and the counter spin. That means every spin have a counter spin. And so, yes, whatever you sow, you will reap. And that's what the spin and the counter spin represents. It's all in the cycles of time. So have no fear for atomic energy. None of them can stop the time. Next one.
I'm going this way. Do you want me to keep going?
Okay, yeah, just stop. I'll just explain these because then it make it easier. These are the four, almost like the four cardinal points showing you the different star sign in connection. And now some of these may be representing you all here based on your calculation. You see the first one on the left, which is based on the clock, 9 o'clock. You got the Chichan, which is the red serpent, which is the instinctual brain. That's the girls who give you the brain type. Yeah. Going down at 6 o'clock, you got Oak, which is the dog, which emotional, and it shows you the mammal brain. It's also brain frequency. Then you got Mem here, which is, I think this is the eagle, which is the higher brain. Then you go up to, which is 3 o'clock on the clock. Then you got the solar brain, which is, this is considered the yellow sun. Okay, so these are the different signs. Some of you may born on the yellow sun, you may born on the eagle, or you may born on the under the white dog, or the red serpent, which is the one that's 9 o'clock. What I find mostly with people born under the red serpent energy, that they're very much inventors. Then if you go on the opposite side, the eagle, they're very intellectual, very strong, intelligent. And if I should say, when I did the analysis of Sasha Johnson, I find that she was under the blue eagle. But I'll leave that for now. We'll come back to that. Yeah, move along.
Keep going.
No, I just want to look, let's just look at this for a minute. I'll just explain. It's a bit blurry though. So I think we keep going. It's a bit blurry. This is showing you all the calculation with time, showing you, I think that's a 300 and something years cycle. These are the ways to learn the codes, to understand what each one of the symbol means, and they are actually the number. But we'll explain
see that
more.
sign that you're talking about in the middle.
Yes, the spin and the counter spin, because each one of those spins produce a counter spin. Like based on the energy today, we could look at the energy today, which is number 1, which is actually the red moon. Let's see where the red moon, if you look down at the bottom where you got look like a thumb.
Where, where's it, around here?
Down at the bottom, on the red, yes.
The
look
red,
like a red
this
thumb.
side or the other side? Oh, here.
On the left, yes, that's a red thumb. That's the energy that's ruling today. It's called the red moon, or the red magnetic moon. But we'll come back to that. I'll show you on the chart. Yeah, that's the energy that's ruling today. But if you move along, we'll come back to that. I'll come back to that.
The next page, yeah.
Yeah, makes it a bit easier. And if anybody wants to ask a question in between, we got CMOS on the list as well. You know what's interesting about the CMOS is the color. The color purple is also connect with the liver.
Right.
Most people don't talk about that, but when we come on to health and healing, the liver plays a major role, or major importance in terms of healing. And so, yes, and that's ruled under the planet Jupiter. And it's also melanin based. But if we keep going, are we finished with this slide or?
No, after.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, I'm looking for the, okay.
Just tell me when where you want me
Yeah,
to
go ahead.
stop.
Okay, stop here. Stop
Yeah.
here. So let's go to the calculation. The end, if you look at the number, if you go to, if everybody can go to the number 209.
I can find it.
Yes, you see that's a number 1. You see there's a dot there.
209.
Yes. 209.
I'm looking.
It's all the way on the left. Up, over. No, gone too fast. Down a little. Back down. Down a little more. Right under there, right there. So that's where the cycle, yes. So the Zolkin chart starts and yeah, you're right there. That's 209. That's where we're at in the cycle. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and from this dot, which represents 1, it starts a castle, because from that to the end, which is 260, is 52 days. Yes. And those 52 days in the Mayan system is considered a castle, this is the last castle of the cycle. Okay, and it's called the Green Castle of Enchantment. And so that's where we've entered today. We've entered the Green Castle of Enchantment under the new moon in Cancer. So if anybody understands what enchantment means, it means that we're in an enchanting timeline for the next 52 days. So these are times when, you know, things may come out in the news or public information will make your jaw drop and may come somewhat alarming or enchanting. And so these are the things that you expect to see on the cycle of the enchantment cycle, which is 52 days. The wave spell or the cycle that begins this is from 1. If you go to 13 from there, it would go to
where do I find 13?
No, it's 221. It's 221. It'd be. You're not gonna see 13 because the number system is a dot and a bar. So 2 bar, which with each bar is 5 and a dot is 1. So 2 bar and 3 dots means it's 13. So that way the cycle begins, which is the first, wave spell, and it ends. I think that's 221, because 222 starts a new cycle, the white wind. Yeah. Now, why is so significant that we talk about these castles? Because you got 5 castles within this system. So just like in regular astrology, we got the year, which is 300 and something days. Yeah, I said something because hello.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm hearing.
Yeah, somebody else is talking, so I thought they want to say something.
Oh.
No question.
I can't hear anybody.
That's fine. So just like the regular cycles of the year, we have 360 something days for the year, 64, 65 days. And it's cross between with the 4 arms, which is the equinox and solstice. This 260 days, which the gestation period, also have its equinox and solstice type, which is called the castles. So we enter different castles every 52 days. But also, we also have that period every 52 years. And we also have it every 52,000 years, and so on and so forth. So the number 52 is very significant within this system in terms of cycles of time. And what is very important, that we've been a 5,200 year ban, which is another aspect of 52 and a grand scale. This is why I want you to grasp this now. So the grand scale of that has changed things for us, that we've entered a major cycle, that actually a book was written about this cycle, which is called the Sixth Sun. Because what they're explaining, that for the last 52,000 years, or 5,200 years, we've been going through what is called the sun of the day. And now we're going to a different sun, which is with the sun of the day is the 5th sun, and we change cycle into the 6th sun, which is symbolic of what is called a castle, but on a larger scale. And so time has changed in that sense that the sun, as we know it, is more on its feminine side more than masculine. Hence the coming of the women who can actually make water run up the hill. Somebody likes that. Yeah. Okay. So when we talk, so what are they saying about this new cycle, which is a new 5,200-year cycle? They called it, we're coming to the end of technology as we know it. I'm going to repeat that because some people may hear it, but they don't hear it. We're coming to the end of technology as we know it, because technology is a material construct where we actually externalize ourselves into making what they call it, industrialized things where we can advance our life in certain ways. But at the same time, this advancement, as we consider it, is really materialistic side and is not really helping us on a spiritual level. But because we've come to that end of the cycle as we know it now, we're moving into a more higher dimensional frequency with ourselves as human beings. We'll be able to access the other dimension of ourselves, such as telepathy, such as a lot of things that that we read about as fairy tales, such as walking through walls and such as doing things that are very, very much mystical, because it's almost like our power was hidden away or locked away because of the cycle or the bandwidth that we're on. So the bandwidth, which is called the galactic synchronization beam, which is a 5,200-year cycle. And I think it's in one of the slides there. Go back to that slide with the black and white. If you go back there.
This one?
This one. If you looked at it, if you look at the bottom left and the top right, you see it shows it like a crossway. I know the thing that spin right, it needs to turn the other way.
Down here or down this way, you're talking bottom left?
Yes. Bottom left and top right. You see it says galactic synchronization beam.
Yeah.
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 And so it talks about the start. So it shows you the start of that beam and the finish of that beam. So we come to an end of that cycle, and that brings us to a new 5,200-year cycle. There's a difference in terms of what the Mayan talks about about 2012 and that connection, and what the Aztecs talks about as 2021, 2020, 2021. Hence, there's a difference. 2012, 2021 is actually a flip side of the same coin in that they carry the same vibration. Yes, and what the Mayan said, 2012 was the beginning of that whole transition, and 2021 escalates us into that cycle where we actually enter what they call the sixth sun, or the sixth cycle of 5,200 years. Okay, I hope Auntie Jean, you look like the woman in black tonight. I'm just realizing this now. This is amazing.
It's just my pinhole glasses.
Don't take it off.
I'm just looking to see because I can see the details both fine now.
That's all right.
Okay.
Because yes, and the details is showing you that all these different Mayan glyphs, or the glyphs, they are linked with the planetary cycles, as you see, based on the cycles we are, which planet is ruling each cycle. You see down on the left. I know that it's not turned right, that's why we don't see it, but if you just adjust your head, you'll be able to see that down on the right, you'll see all the planets that's ruling these different Mayan glyph cycles.
Go down here.
Yes.
Oh,
yes. So the
synchronized.
Yes. And so this is not a new information. This was information guarded with their life, because when the conquistadors and them came to Mesoamerica and they were trying to gain information of what the people have, they were taught, the native were told to bury everything, hide everything, don't talk about it, only from mouth to ear, from father to son, from mother to daughter. Don't let this go out, because you're going to need this information when we shift into the cycle we're in now. And this is what they do. They buried a lot of the heavy artilleries of knowledge that they have in terms of what they've gained and what they've perfected over the years in stone carvings and things like that. And only now, and a lot of it is still buried, but now little by little, certain things are coming to the surface as we're at the cycle of the major change that we're in. So we're actually at the timeline that we're into, it's a more spiritual society. Yes, we're talking about democracy and what is going on, but the whole ethos of democracy, as it's been taught, that democracy always ends in anarchy. And this is what we're seeing in connection to COVID-19 and all these lies that they're putting out, because they're trying to gain a handle on people as they're shifting into their own inner power. And so therefore they want to put a chip, they want to put whatever they want to install in you so that they would have control and not you have control. But I think a lot of people are wise enough not to go along the vaccine line, and some people are foolish enough to test it out. So between those two, we'll see what's going on. Okay, the cycle that we're in, that we're just leaving, which started last year, is if you go back to the color chart, Auntie Jean, I can show that.
Okay, the circle one, yeah?
No, not the circle one, but the square, which is the Zolkin
Oh, the square,
chart.
that's the other side. That one?
That's the one. Yes. If we look right down at the bottom here, you will see the blue, the one all the way to the left, the last one to the bottom at the left. It looks like blue and it looks like some kind of ring. It's called the blue storm.
This one here, is that the right one?
Yes, exactly. And if you move over where you see number 2, the two dots.
The 2 dots, this one? No?
The 2 dots without...
2 dots without the underline, this one?
Yes, right. So that's the cycle that we're in 119, yes? So that's called the blue lunar storm. So the year that we're in under the Mayan system is the blue lunar storm, which is going to be end in July 25th. And the new cycle starts July 26th. So because we're in a 2 vibration, I talked about it last year, the 2 vibration brings a lot of polarity issues. It's very much lunar, very much challenging. And we've been seeing that in terms of polarization and different things that happens. We're moving now to a 3 vibration, which is considered electric. This is where things speeds up on the electrics. We're not going to do the boogie woogie, but it's going to be the electrics.
Not the slide.
Yeah. But it's going to be the electric seed. So if we go up now to the seed, which is the second one from the top, and how you know that when you move from 1, you count to 5. So
is it in a straight line or not? We're looking at 5, you said, going across?
No, no. If you go, sorry, just go to the top. That's 1, 2. Yeah. If you go to the top right, top left. Sorry, the second one. Right. So that's the seed. No, second one is the seed. Yes. Okay. So if you count from the seed, if you count from the blue storm, you got 1, the yellow.
Yeah.
So from the blue, that's 1. The yellow, that's 2. The white, that's 3. The blue, that's 4. And the yellow is 5. So you can really, if you understand this, you can actually foretell what the next cycle going to be by just understand you count to 5 and all of that. But that's maybe a bit complicated for starters. But so the year that we enter on the 26th of July, or the new year, which is going to be the yellow seed, and is the yellow electric seed. So you go to 1, 2, 3, which is the electric. So you move over. You see here the 3 dots. No, same across from the seed. From the second one, all the way, you're looking for number 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
number 3. So we
Yes.
lost the top of it in the
Yes,
thing,
and
but
you
yeah.
see where it is. If you notice where it is, it's also in the cycle of the castle of Green Castle of Enchantment. So not only that, we're in the, and what I should have said, the blue storm was it. I mean, the blue storm was in the blue castle of chaos and transformation. Now the next one we're moving into the yellow seed. It falls in the castle of enchantment. So not only that, we have 52 days of enchantment, that's going to lead us into the new cycle, which is going to last for the whole year. So we're going to have an enchanting year because the year fall in the cycle of enchantment. Did everybody get that? Remember, the enchantment begins at 209 and it ends at 260. Yes. What's the number there for number 3 for what's the number, Auntie Jean, where you just read 1, 2, 3 for the electric seed?
For this one, was it number 3?
Yeah. What's the number? 200 and?
Oh, was it 221 you was talking before, or was it?
No. When you go right across,
209.
when you go right across from the seed, the yellow seed, all the way across the way you see number 3. Go over, yeah, right there. That's number 3. Yes.
3
dots,
224. Yeah.
224. So 224 is between 209 and 260, which is the castle. Yes.
Right.
So with the year that we're entering, which is beginning on 26, is gonna be on the 223. Yeah.
Up here.
And
yeah.
so that falls in the Green Castle of Enchantment. So watch the enchanting time as things gonna make your jaw drop as we move in, as we're locked in to enchantment from now until next year, July 25th. Okay.
So we're in a year of what? Enchantment?
We enter the cycle, the Mayan, we enter the castle today of enchantment, but while we're going through that 52-day castle, we change year. So the year begins within this castle. Yeah. So because of that, we're having the enchanting cycle rolling for the whole year. Okay.
So as they say enchanting, what does that mean?
Well, that's where I tell you, there's a lot of surprising information come to the fore, things that makes your jaw drop, things that makes you like, wow, am I high or am I high? You know, these are the things that, you know, when you're being enchanted by certain things, it's like, you know, people were mesmerized by certain things that are happening. And, you know, this is also have to do with technology as well. Some of the things that may come to the fore, because remember, we're dealing with the electric seed. And this is the electric seed, meaning the number 3. So we come from one vibration. So 2020 brings us to a new 52-year cycle. Hence the major change. Yes. 2020, we enter a new 52-year cycle. Yes, because the last one was 1968. And I talked about that before. So so you got the 52-day cycle, but you also have the 52-year cycle.
Right.
And you also have the 5,200-year cycle. So these things are just what they call the build upon itself, the octaves. Yeah. So if you understand the importance of a 52-day cycle, then you'd understand the symbolic and importance of a 52-year cycle or 5,002-year cycle, because you're locked into these cycles of time. Most of us, we don't know these things, and it may seem, okay, I don't understand. And because you don't understand, somebody will understand, know how to stand under you.